All right, we are live here at Red Star Social, a beautiful Sunday to play some poker here in Austin, Texas. This is our very first ever edition of a Sunday live stream. So thank you guys who are already with us for tuning in. Henry starting in off hand one right now. Pocket queens. Gonna take that one down. Let's go around the table and introduce you to the players today. In the one seat, we have Stein back again. In the two seat right now, we have Henry. The five seat is our man Garrett. The six seat, one of Henry's friends, Shiva. In the seven seat, another one of Henry's friends he brought along today. His name is Billy. And then in the 9 seat, we have Lateralus. We've got some others on the way. The table will be full. There's just a lot of poker going on, so some people who were going to come play initially have a couple of other things that they're up to at the moment, but we will see them shortly. Interesting dynamic playing shorthanded for the moment with these 6 players, especially with these guys that are buddies, Henry and Shiva and Billy, as well as, Lateralis and Garrett, really great buddies, and everybody knows Stein, so we're seeing a 4-bet pot here. Garrett, who put in the 4-bet, folding on that flop, would have hit his king here. However, it's Billy and Henry now. Henry with a flush draw and a straight draw as well. Looking for a 5 or a spade. Billy, pair 4s. Good for the moment. Six of hearts on the river. Billy's still good with his pair of 4s. Henry knows that he's not going to win at showdown at this point. Going to be a tough call for Billy to make, but he's counting out the chips. He does make the call. Nicely done, Billy. Good call. Just a non-believer of Henry. I'm not sure the history with these guys, these players, but I already like what I'm seeing. Looks like some good action. We're in for a treat today. I have one player already here who is sitting at the table that is good action. Great for the game. Some of you folks from the Austin area may know him, but I'll keep it a secret until he is live. See a queen 7-3 flop, 2 diamonds. Billy with a diamond draw. Henry with the best of it so far with his pair of threes, though. And Billy turning the nuts immediately. Checks it over. Brick on the river for Henry. No two pair, no trips. Billy bets 100, and Henry quickly lays it down. Here we go. Lateralis, ace 4 suited. Ten seven seven flop. Henry flopping top pair with Jack 10 right now. Lateralis just ace high. No spades on the board for him. Not going to slow him down, though. Puts out a $40 bet. Henry not going to be going anywhere yet. In fact, he's going to put in a raise to $120. Lateralus does not love it, but it does not look like he is going to be folding just yet. Looking for an ace on the turn. Or at least a 4 would help him pick up a couple extra outs. And a 10 kills him. And he is ripping into the nuts here. Effectively. Lateralis just ace high bluff. Henry has the hand that Lateralis wanted to represent. And that's poker. Just one time. Henry locking up that pot, almost $800, going to be shipped his way. Nice size pot to start the stream off with. And our friend in the 9th seat, Lateralis, will be reaching for some extra chips. This is the first Sunday we have streamed, like I mentioned before. And the room at Red Star right now is popping. A couple tables going out on the main floor. There's a couple coolers full of beer and wine. It's a nice little party out here that these folks are having, playing some poker on a beautiful Sunday. Ace, King, 5, flop, 2 diamonds. Henry is in this hand, as well as, I believe, Lateralis. Yes, it is Lateralis. Still waiting on their exact holdings. And in walks the 7th man for the game. coming in hot. An eighth player is also sat down now. Lateralus going to take this one down. No update on their holdings there. That's all right, though. It's a quick, easy hand. Game's just on a quick pause right now while they input the new player into the system. Looks like Henry wants to do a little bit of color up work here as well. While we're doing that, I'm going to get a phone charger real quick. Make sure I can chat with you guys. And we are back to it now. Got the 10 straddle on. Billy calling the $10. Henry looking down at a couple of aces. The red variety. Kevin out of the way. Henry bumped it up to 30, and Billy making the call with ace-9 of clubs. Looking for some clubs. Jack 5-3. Red flop. Looked like it checked. Both players checked rather quickly. Deuce of hearts on the turn. Henry puts out a bet. Billy quickly makes the fold. Yeah, not much to work with for Billy there. Henry has started off the stream pretty hot. Very first hand, he had queens. Hand 5, he had aces. And I believe it was hand 3. He effectively, well, he won a $800 pot. It wasn't really a double up, but stacked our friend Lateralus in the 9 seat. Ace 9-4 flop here. Billy with an ace in his hand. Garrett with bottom pair of 4s with an 8 kicker. It's gone check bet. Check bet twice. Garrett makes the fold now. It is a beautiful day in Austin, Texas. The only problem is this mountain cedar. Everybody seems pretty bothered by the allergies to the cedar, especially down in the hill country, but really throughout most of Texas right now, even Oklahoma, it looked like on a map I saw. It definitely affects me very heavily, so if you hear me throughout the stream sniffling, please excuse me. Queen Jack 10 flop. Lateralus with a jack in his hand. Stein with pocket 8s. An underpair on this board. Not what he was looking for. Board pairs the 10. Lateralus going to check it over again, hoping somebody will put in a bet, knowing he likely has the best hand, and now he really knows he has the best hand. Going to check, try and induce somebody to put a little extra money in there. Henry is going to oblige with 7 high, can never win this pot. Lateralus just making the call, hoping Stein will come along, but not going to be the case. He'll quickly fold. Nice for Lateralus to get a little bit back from Henry after that other pot that they played together. But this is our first edition of a Sunday stream here at Red Star Social. So thank you for tuning in today. We've got 7 of you in the live chat right now, and I expect to have a couple dozen by the time we are really up and rolling, once everybody is paying attention, sees that we're live. We'll have a good group of people watching. It'll be a fun day today. Good group of guys on the stream as well to watch play some poker here. And we're playing 1-3 no limit hold'em, meaning the blinds are $1, $3. Buy-in is a $200 minimum buy-in and a maximum of $1,000. Most of these guys in for the full 1,000. A few exceptions, but we will have some good action today. Kevin going to go ahead and bet on the 5-3-3 board with ace 10. Henry making the call with his 6-7, looking for a 4. Kevin hitting his ace on the turn, though. Going to take that one down. Welcome to the stream, Kevin. It's a great shot of the chips we have here at Red Star Social. The blue chips worth $1, red chips worth $5, the green chips worth $25, and the black chips worth $100 a piece. See a few of those around the table right now in front of the players' stacks. May even see a lavender $500 chip later on in the stream. We'll see how it goes. Lateralus and Shiva heads up here. King, Queen 3 flop. Shiva going to continue betting with ace high here. He does have the best hand, Lateralus. Just going to lay it down. Does not want to get after that one. Another addition to the stream coming in. The one and only Paul L. If you've played poker in Austin, you've likely played with Paul at some point over the last few years. I believe he's going to be coming into the 3 seat, but don't quote me on that. Straddle is on. Henry straddling. $10 over there. Billy making the call with Jack 9 offsuit. Lateralis, though, gonna bump it up $40. Stein, a very playable 6-7 of hearts, and puts in the 3-bet. $135. Making a pretty uncomfortable spot for Lateralus with King 9 here. And Lateralus just going to lay it down. Nicely done, Stein, picking a suited connected hand to put in that raise. Takes it down. And we're off to another hand. Lots of action here in Red Star today. A few tables going out on the main floor and people having a good time out there. They're having some drinks. Watching some football. Very big shout out to a few of my Austin poker buddies that are in Vegas to watch some football today. They needed Jacksonville to win today to stay alive in the Circa Survivor pool. Jacksonville won. Five left that will be chopping it up, assuming the Patriots win today. Otherwise, 4 teams chopping it up. Either way, big shout out to Real Bro. Bunch of Austin guys that came together to put in the Survivor entries that they did, and they're turning it into a very nice payday. 10-6-4. Flop. Billy King High putting out a bet, $20. Henry with Jack 9. A non-believer wants to see another card. Shiva looking for an 8 with his 7-9 right now. Be a spicy card. Does not come, but he pairs his 7. Does check around. 3 on the river. Shiva best with his pair of 7s. And it just checks around. Nobody very confident in their holdings there. Stein bumping it up with Ace Jack, $30. Henry making the call with his pair of twos. And Kevin making the call as well with Ace Queen of Clubs. And we've got action. Kevin, a royal flush draw. Henry with a set of twos. It's Stein, though, who is putting in the C bet of $45. Henry quickly bumps it up to $100. Kevin makes the call. Stein with a gut shot straight draw right now. Also looking for a queen. Big pot developing here. 8 of hearts on the turn. No help for Stein or Kevin. And Henry putting in a $300 bet. Kevin is all in for $236. Kevin looking for a jack or a club. Otherwise, Henry going to be taking down this almost $1,000 pot. $900. King of Hearts. No good for Kevin. Believe they're running it twice. Nine of Diamonds, no good either. So, Henry going to take this down. Oh, they're running it 3 times. Nine of Clubs going Kevin's way, finally getting some back. Selena doing a good job here. Chopping this pot up, making sure to do it correctly. There we go. Kevin getting his rebate there. Henry taking down the majority of that pot. We see an all tens flop here. Henry with the best hand with ace high. Shiva king high. Lateralus queen high. Shiva putting in a healthy bet here. $70. Henry with just ace high. As we see our buddy Paul sit down in the 3 seat. Henry, $70 to call. Will win a over $300 pot if he's correct. He's got the chips. He makes the call. Ace high, good. Nicely done, Henry. Shiva, gotta respect the try. Gotta go for it there. King high. It almost works. Perhaps a little bit more would have worked, would have gotten the job done, but Henry sniffs it out. Starting off the stream a bit slow today. However, people have been starting to jump in to watch Garrett taking down that hand. Pocket tens. Did not mess around. And we see some yellow knit buttons going out, going around the table. About to start a knit game. So, knit game, everybody gets a yellow button. To relinquish your knit button, you have to win a hand. And when you win that hand, you have to show your hand, regardless if it's pre-flop, post-flop, on the turn, on the river, wherever. You have to show your hand to get rid of the knit button. Otherwise, you keep that knit button. The last person with a knit button remaining pays the tax at the end of the round. That tax today in this game starting out at $120 coming out of the player's stack, 20 going to the dealer Selena, and $100 going into a splash pot the very next hand. Paul sitting in the game, immediately flopping top pair. Henry with the nut hearts draw, though, not folding. Henry quickly checking the river. 9 of diamonds, no help for Henry. Paul just checking back, taking his showdown with his king. Henry with just ace high. No good. So Henry, who started off the day playing very well, getting some nice hands in the 2-seat, now has Paul with a big stack to his left. Paul known to be very aggressive, loves to get after it. So Henry could be in for it now. Expect we'll see them play some big pots together, especially sitting next to each other. Garrett taking that one down, ace high. Gets rid of his nip button as well. Here we go. Big flip between Stein and Lateralus. Jacks for Stein. Ace king for our friend Lateralus in the 9-seat. $1,000 pot. Here we go. Running it once. May the best man, or the best hand, I should say, win. 7-4-4 flop. Lateralus looking for an ace or a king. Another 7, no help. Down to the wire here. Does not come. Stein taking this pot down with his pocket jacks. $1,000 going his way. Stein also getting rid of his nip button as well. As we see those other yellow buttons remaining. $10 straddle is on, as well as the $20 straddle, I believe. Yeah, Shiva putting on the $20 straddle. Billy waking up first to act with pocket eights. Makes it $100. Good enough to get through all the others. Shiva, however, a real hand in the $20 straddle. Ace Jack. Not going to be folding. Doing a little bit of inventory on Billy's stack, trying to see how much he's playing for here. Shiva rips it. Here we go. Billy makes the call. Another big pot here. Hand 21. Almost $1,200 in this pot. Ace Jack versus pocket eights. Ace Jack picking up a couple more outs here on this flop. Looking for a 10, a jack, or an ace now. Queen, no help. However, a king is another one of his outs as well. Does not come. The eights are going to hold. They're running it twice, I believe. Jack right in the window on this one. Billy now looking for an 8 on this board. An 8 and an 8 only. Cannot be the 8 of diamonds. Shiva with the nut flush. They're going to chop this pot up. Lateralus all in with pocket kings. And Shiva and Billy get out of the way. Pocket king's going to take it down, get rid of his nip button. Believe only 2 buttons remaining. Perhaps 3, but yeah, it is 3 actually. Henry has one in the 2 seat. Kevin with his in the 4 seat, and the Shiva with his in the 6 seat. Shiva, although he did chop that last pot on hand 21 when he won the second run out, we use the first run out to determine your nit status. So Stein without a nip button, opting to fold the 8-7 of clubs there. First act. Can't blame him. However, 7-8 suited is the nuts. Always. Shiva waking up with ace-10 here. Bumping it up. Billy making the call with pocket jacks. Playing it slow here. Paul going to get out of the way. Kevin not scared, though. King 7. Off suit. And a nip button in his stack. 9-3-3. The pocket jack's still best. Kevin looking for a king and Shiva looking for an ace. Shiva going to check. Billy betting 100. Kevin lays it down. Shiva. Decision to make here. Makes the call looking for an ace. An ace only. 5 of diamonds, no good. Neither player with a diamond. Shiva checking it. Billy putting out a pretty small bet here. $75 in pretty enticing price for Shiva to make the call here with just ace high. Does. Gonna see the bad news. Pocket jack's good. Ace high, no good. Bit of an unfortunate river for Shiva. But he reaches in his pocket and grabs some black chips out, throws them on the table. Billy waking up with pocket kings now. Just calling the raise from Garrett, it looks like. I believe his intention was to raise. The $10 straddle and $20 straddle both on, so $100 just a min raise. Henry waking up with ace jack in the $20 straddle. Rips it. Garrett out of the way quickly, but Billy not going to be folding kings. Here we go. Biggest pot of the day so far. 1,900 in the middle. Henry needing some help by way of an ace immediately. Or some straight cards. He does have both. Or excuse me, not both, but he does have the king of clubs covered by his ace should some clubs come out. No clubs going to be happening here. Henry looking for just an ace. 2 outs going to the river. Doesn't come. First run out going to Billy. Ace on the flop on the second run out. So Billy looking for one of the two remaining kings. Can he find it on the river here? Does not come. So they're going to take their money back. Good result for Henry running it twice in that pot. Paul with 10-7 here, going to put in a bet on the 8-4 deuce, two spades board, and it just might work. Henry making the call, however, with his pair of fours. 8 on the turn. A good card for Henry. Henry checks it over to Paul. Paul not one to slow down in spots like this. Putting in a bet of 250. Basically a pot-sized bet, just over the pot. Henry making the call. Checking it dark. Queen of Hearts on the river. Paul needs to go for this one if he wants to take it down. Henry would be in a tough spot. Paul ships it. Gotta love the heart from Paul here. Like I said, Henry in a very tough spot now. Henry, a non-believer of Paul's bet here and does have the best hand, but Paul's shove here, 700 and change. Looks like it's 783 if I'm counting correctly, so just a tad bit more than the graphic is showing. Henry counting out the bet. Gonna see how much damage it's doing to his stack. Henry does not like it. He thinks he's best here, though, a lot. And if he can flick in a chip here, he is going to win the biggest pot so far of the day. He does make the call. Nice call, Henry. 22, almost $2,300 pot going Henry's way. Making the call with a pair of fours. Not an easy call to make. No worries, though. Paul reaches behind him, grabs a fresh buy-in out of the rack. And look at that shot from the studio. The guy's doing a lot of work in the back, doing a great job. Getting a good shot of those beautiful Red Star chips. Very bright, very distinct chips. Something I like in a poker room, very distinct chips. No confusion when you are in hands and seeing bets. Makes it easy to calculate. It's tough when you have two colors of chips that are somewhat similar, or maybe they're faded and they look like a different color or something. Not the case here at Red Star. Beautiful chips. Shiva bumping it up with King Queen here. Billy to his left quickly makes the call with the Jack 10 of clubs. Very nice hand to see a flop with. Henry with an ace. Henry been running good today. Kevin all in with ace 9 here, and nip button in front of him, driving his action. Shiva, however, making the call. Oh, excuse me, putting in a raise. And that's going to get Billy and Henry out of the way, I imagine. Yeah, Billy does lay it down. Henry in folding formation. Does put it in the muck. So Shiva and Kevin all in here. Looking to hold and get rid of his nip button. We did see an ace folded from Henry, and I believe I saw Stein fold another one of the aces. Six, 4, 2 flop, 2 clubs. Another club on the turn. Billy would have had a flush with his Jack 10 of clubs. And a king or queen do not come on that river. Kevin going to double up and get rid of his nip button. Looks like Shiva put in a raise to 110 over a $20 straddle. Billy has ripped it on him. If Shiva makes the call, this will be a $1,500 pot, it looks like. Still waiting on the graphics for their hands, but Billy showing the ace of spades, it looks like, to Shiva here. Shiva makes the call. Billy with two aces, I believe. Yeah, ace of spades, ace of hearts. Shiva, pocket nines, looking for a nine. Nines are always my favorite pocket pair under, numbered at least, I should say. Nine right on the flop. There it is. Running it twice, though, I believe. Boats up on the turn. Billy looking for an ace and an ace only. Doesn't come there. Second board, ace is good at the moment. I thought for a second it was the 9, but no, it's an 8. So they will chop that one up. Billy happy he decided to run that one twice. Hey, what's up, Seabiscuit? Just seeing your comment there. Yeah, this is new. We're gonna go try it out for a little while at least, but looking to do both Sundays and Wednesdays as far as days that we are going to stream here at Red Star now. So new year, new us. Billy's dirty diaper going to be good here. And it looks like we have a new arrival to the stream down there in the 8 seat. Not sure who that is. Don't recognize this gentleman. Is he wearing a Domino's pizza hat? Looks like it might be a Domino's pizza hat. Here we go. Looks like we're doing a bomb pot. The Queen 6, 3, 2 spades going to be the bottom board. 4, 2, 3 going to be the top board. PLO bomb pot, by the way. So a player's receiving 4 cards in their hand. Trying to make the best 5-card hand using each individual board. So it's a split pot. Half the pot going to the top board, half the pot going to the bottom board. You can win both, however, should you have the best hand on either board. Paul, it looks like, put out a bet of $50, and Kevin, I believe, pots him. Paul going to lay it down. Did not get to see their holdings, however. Quick and easy bomb pot there. Kevin just taking it down on the flop. Full table now. Started with 6 players. However, we've got 9 sitting around the table now. A couple of big stacks starting to form. Henry, big stack of black chips in the front of his stack, as you see. Sitting on over $2,500. 8 seat's name is Ryan over here. Ace 6 of spades. Bumps it up to $25. Paul going to be playing the 9-6 diamonds, though. I'm unfamiliar with Ryan. Billy putting in a raise here with pocket twos. Again, and just a min raise, basically. A little pot builder. Ryan getting a pretty good looking flop for his spades. Queen 10-9 with 2 spades out there. He puts in a bet. Paul folds and Billy folds as well. So taking down his first pot of the evening. I'm curious about this Domino's hat, though, now. I wonder, does he work for Domino's? Does he deliver pizzas? Can he get the Red Star commentator a discounted pizza to the booth? Couple more of y'all coming into the chat now. Say what's up to Jambi and my good buddy Throwing Flies in here. Nice to see you, sir. Hope you had a good holiday. Each and every one of you that's in the chat right now. And starting off the new year strong. Growing ever so slowly today, this stream. We started just over an hour and a half ago. Flop checks around here. Paul with 2 pair now, top 2 pair at that. Henry, just a jack and a 10 kicker. Good for a Broadway draw. Gonna put out a $30 bet. Paul raising it up to $110 now. Henry makes the call. Gonna gamble a little bit here. Looking for a jack or a king. 10, not the card he was looking for. Does go check, check. Both players not wanting to put more money out there with the one-liner to a straight. But welcome all of you, all 11 of you, to the very first edition of the Sunday stream here at Red Star Social. We already stream Wednesday nights at about 7 Central. And now we are looking to add Sundays to our repertoire. For the time being, we're going to be looking to start at about 3 Central Time on Sundays, like we did today, a little bit later today, getting players here and getting started. However, we're excited to give you some more poker to watch. Have some good action. as always. But another day just means more poker for you guys. And as much as I like commentating the stream, the reason that we do this stream is for you guys that watch. Kevin flopping top set there, nobody with much of anything to continue with. And if you're in the chat right now watching from the Austin area or just Texas in general, give me a 1 if your allergies are absolutely miserable this week. I know mine are. You hear me sniffling on the mic. Kevin, ace queen. Making the call for $25. I believe Paul had straddled it. Garrett bumps it up, though, with king 10 offsuit. Excuse me. Henry straddled it to 25. Kevin making the call, about 400 behind, as does Garrett. Have about the same 10 right in the window. Garrett essentially flopping top here with his king kicker. Kevin checks. Garrett puts in a small $60 bet. Kevin going to make the call and look for an ace or a queen. Kevin picking up a few more outs now, looking for a deuce as well. We'll give him the wheel. And Garrett puts it all in. 3 and change. Looks like 387. Kevin with just ace high here. Makes the call. Kevin looking for any one of 10 outs. We can see 3 of them already spoken for. Believe they're running it 3 times. King is good for Garrett to hold on the first one. 8 of hearts, good for Garrett again. Kevin won his last all-in on the third time. Does not happen this time. Garrett holds, takes down a $1,000 pot. Going to get all of Kevin's stack there. And that is the last we will see of the lovely Selena. Thank you, Selena. Good job. One of the dealers here at Red Star Social, a longtime dealer in the Austin area. Selena has been a familiar face for many players in the room and around the city. I just texted you. Got a pretty big one developing here. Henry putting in a 3-bet over Lateralis's raise with King Queen. With the pocket nines, Paul just making the call with Ace King of Hearts. Kevin coming along for his remaining $40. 7-3 of diamonds. Lots of money out there for him to work with. Lateralus shoves. $300. Henry coming along, and now Paul. Ace King of Hearts. We've got a big one developing now. Paul ships it. Henry. Going to have to make a decision here for another $700 or so. Pocket nine's the best hand at the moment. Henry makes the call. So 4 ways here. All in. Getting all the pots correct right now. We have Kevin in the main pot for 40, so that's going to come from all the players. Then Lateralus in the first side pot for his 300. So about 265 coming from Lateralus, Paul, and Henry going into that pot. And then Paul and Henry have a pretty sizable side pot after that of something like $800 and change, 865. Over $2,500 pot right now, 4 ways. And here we go. We'll get the hands turned up. Here we go. 7-3 of diamonds is Kevin's hand for the main pot. Ace king for Paul. Henry with pocket nines. Lateralus with king queen. Queen right in the window. But an ace right behind it. 2 diamonds. Kevin has his diamonds working. Looking for another diamond. 4 of hearts. No help. Paul way in the lead right now. Diamond on the river. Kevin taking down the main pot. I think they're running it more than once, though. Queen in the window again, followed by another queen, Lateralus. An ace on the turn. Good for Paul to put Henry to bed. Looking for a 9 and a 9 only as Henry does not come on that river. So Paul going to win the side pot, the third side pot. The second side pot, Paul and Lateralus going to chop. And the main pot, I believe Kevin wanted once for the main pot. So it's going all his way, I believe. Nice way to quadruple up. With 7-3 of diamonds. Nicely done. So pretty big pot there. In fact, the biggest of the night so far. And we are on to the next now. That was a pretty big pot for hand number 36 of the day. And this game is starting to get some action. Kevin finding another spot where there's a lot of dead money already and going for it. So here we go. We've got tens, ace nine of clubs for Paul. Lateralus, the same ace nine, but of the diamond variety. Henry with queen jack offsuit. Kevin with the jack eight offsuit. Shiva making the call with the tens. Lateralis follows suit. Henry going to be doing the same. And Paul as well, as I believe Kevin's raise was a dead raise, is why we're seeing these calls all around. And here we go. 8-6-3 flop. Kevin flopping top pair here. Can he hold? Excuse me, I forget that Shiva has tens. Shiva looking to hold. Kevin needing help, needing another 8 or a jack. Shiva bets 200, and this might just get everybody out of the pot. Paul with ace nine of clubs lays it down. So we are heads up now. Kevin and Shiva. Shiva dominating right now. Paul with the jack eight, looking for a jack or an eight. King of clubs on the turn, no help. Looking for it on the river. Can he find it? Does not come. Ace on the river. Pocket 10's good for Shiva, taking down a $600 pot. Another big multi-way pot. And I believe that is going to do it for our friend Kevin there. So we have a seat open. We have some players who were looking to play today and then got into some other poker-related things that could not make it. But you never know. They may still drop by at any moment. Plenty of players out in the room right now. 2 tables going at Red Star. They are having a blast, too. Having a lot of fun out there. $130 in the middle going to this flop. 9-6 ace. Rainbow. Nobody with an ace. Nobody with a 9. Nobody with a 6. Ryan Best with pocket 7s. Garrett, though, turning a 10. Best at the moment. Billy, however, going to put in a bet, $20. Ryan making the call with his 7s. Garrett, I assume, going nowhere for that price, perhaps has a different idea. He does. He makes it 125, and that's going to get that done right there. Gets rid of his knit button. A new knit game has started. The tax will be $140 total, $20 going to the dealer, $120 going into a splash pot for the hand after the knit game is over. Garrett, ace queen. Garrett been rather quiet today, sitting back, staying patient. Just takes that one down. 2 in a row for this man. And I don't know what that little sweater / hoodie he's wearing is made out of, but it looks like a very comfy piece of clothing. Billy with ace 10. No shortage of premium hands for him this stream. And Ryan coming along with jack 6 offsuit here. Lateralus making the call. Henry making the call. Yeah, Billy with another one of those small raises. King 8-3 flop. Lateralus with an 8. Henry with his king flopping top pair. But it's going to be Ryan who bets into this pot right now. Yes, thank you.
I just saw it out of the corner of my eye and it cleared.
Very good. Thank you.
They're all still in.
Yeah, I saw that. Just looked. So it's down to just Lateralus and Henry here. Lateralus needs an 8. And an 8 only now after this 3 comes on the turn. And we can see in the graphic at the top, 1 8 available, the 8 of spades. Does not come on the river. So Henry's still best. Lateralus checks. Henry surely not checking back with top pair here, but maybe does not love his kicker in this scenario, but does need to go for some value. That's 200, I believe. And a quick call from Lateralus for his remaining chips. So Henry getting the max out of that one. Lateralus reaching behind him for more chips, adding on, looks like a stack of green chips for 500. Eight, 8-3 flop. Two clubs. Billy flopping a flush draw here. Puts in a $50 bet. Ryan with ace high. And Henry behind him. Gets out of the way. Henry just king high right now. Does also get out of the way. So Billy going to take that small pot down. Get rid of his nip button. If he shows, he does show. So there we go. He gets rid of that. Good group of guys today playing at Red Star Social on the live stream. Our first ever edition of a Sunday live stream. We will be continuing our Wednesday live streams as usual. But this is the first Sunday stream. So be looking out on Sundays for our stream to come live. We're going to try and do it about 3 o'clock Central every week. And we're going to have some fun games. We're going to do some more. We'll have a couple of different bigger games, do that kind of thing, and also do some sit and goes, some things like that. So be on the lookout for those. Got a limp pot right now. Everybody in for $10. Paul, the only player who folded. Everybody else in there like a family pot almost. King 7-8. Stein flopping open-ended straight draw with his 5-6. Ryan a gut shot straight draw with Jack 10. Garrett a gut shot straight draw as well with the 10-6. Garrett looking for a 9. Ryan looking for a queen. Stein looking for a 4 only. The 9 would be no good versus Garrett with the 10-6. A 4 immediately on the turn. Best card possible for Stein. Going to put in a sizable bet now. It looks like 125. Garrett now with just a gut shot and Ryan behind him. Going to lay it down. And Ryan with just a gut shot for that price. Also laying it down. Stein showing just the nuts. And takes that one down, gets rid of his nip button. Shout out to Cat Plays in the chat. Watching and cheering on that man who just took down that pot. Mr. Stein. But a lovely day, beautiful day here in Austin, Texas. We did have already an 88-degree high 2 days ago, I believe. It was pretty warm for the beginning of January. Set a new record for the high temperature at the start of the year. I mean, they split. If the Patriots lose, they'll chop it 4 ways, but right now they're chopping 5 ways. But if Patriots lose, big one brewing here. Shiva put in the 3-bet with ace queen. Garrett makes the call with the pocket fives. Pocket fives best right now. King 10-6, all diamond flop though. Neither player with a diamond. Shiva still with his knit button. Just decides on a check. Giving Garrett a free card. Garrett's still best though. 2 of clubs on the turn. 330 in the middle. Garrett checking. Shiva, after checking the flop, does just check back the turn. So Garrett best now. And should Garrett check and Shiva bet? I don't know that Shiva really has a credible story he can tell with the line that he took. I think that he'll be getting called for almost any amount by Garrett here. Shiva is putting in a bet, and he goes pretty small. 225, excuse me. I thought he was going 125. 225, not very small, but I just think that he doesn't really have that credible of a line. Garrett makes the call correctly. Nicely done, Garrett. Good hand by that man right there in the sunglasses. Well played, sir. Here we go. Here's the chip counts overall right there. And now we see some cumulative winnings. Garrett up the most now, 800. Henry, who was up the most, up about 1,500 at one point, now up just 400. Billy also winning, as is Stein. Everybody else in the red. Ryan down just 21 bucks. Paul down a bit. Kevin has already left us. Lost a few hundred. Nobody getting too beat up today, though. Just having some fun, friendly poker being played here at Red Star Social. Our very first stream of the year on a Sunday. It is January 4th, 2026. And we're coming in hot. Billy again. Just a small little raise. Billy likes the small raises, particularly pre-flop, it feels like. Garrett and Billy both have 4s in their hand. They've made bottom pair. Garrett going to bet it. Billy with just bottom pair, not a good kicker, and 2 players behind, does lay it down. Paul not scared, though. Paul looking for an 8 right now. 3 of diamonds does give Paul a bunch of outs now. Pretty good turn card. Garrett also with a 5 in his hand, though, so any 2 would chop. And there it comes. Both players thinking they have the other one. Little do they know. Both of them are holding the same 5s in their hand, both with a wheel. Paul leads $80 here, just about a little under half pot, but Garrett going to raise it up. Paul not going to be folding, and they're going to chop it up. And yeah, you can tell by Garrett's reaction. He's like, I have a 5 here. There's no way that Paul's going to end up with a 5, right? Wrong. Paul can show up with any 2 cards at any time. The man is wild. Still 4 knit buttons. Paul, unfortunately, not able to get rid of his knit button in that hand.
So this is the only time it pops up right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now we want it here.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Has to be a way.
Yeah. Because, look,
We'll fuck with it later today.
I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to do that. And this.
You're good.
Henry picking up aces again. Paul laying it down to that 3-bet with the 7-6 of diamonds. Shiva coming along with Queen Jack, and Ryan getting after it here with the King Jack of diamonds. So we did see 2 diamonds gone already from Paul's fold. Shiva and Ryan needing a lot of help. Henry in good shape here. Almost 300 in the middle. Going to a flop. King 5-6, and Ryan is in trouble here. Two spades on the flop, perhaps saving him. No. It is a all-in from Henry and a call from Ryan. $359 is the amount. So we will see a $1,000 pot right here. Ace of clubs on the turn seals the deal for Henry. Looks like they've decided to run it more than once. Henry looking to hold on the second run out. Can he dodge a jack or a king? And he does. Henry taking down that pot. $1,000 going into that stack. So Henry, who started out the stream with a $1,000 buy-in, got up to over $2,500 at one point. Then down back to his initial $1,000 buy-in, essentially, is now back up, sitting on about $1,900 or $2,000 now. It's a nice comeback for him, let's say. Although he was never stuck. Billy making the call, 5-4 of diamonds. Henry making the call, Paul making the call, Shiva making the call, it looks like. Oh, excuse me. Shiva was in the straddle. Shiva getting his option and exercising it to raise up to $70. Billy's going to get out of the way. Henry wants to be good action today. Got people watching him on the stream. Does decide to fold that Queen 3 offsuit. Paul, an equally poor holding, basically, as the Queen 3 offsuit with his King 8 offsuit. Does decide to lay it down. Shiva takes that one down. Here we go. Hand number 47 of the day. Lateralus, a very playable hand now. Ace Jack. And a nit button in front of him still. As does Paul have his nit button as well. That's why we see Paul here playing the 5-4 offsuit. Henry making the call with Jack 4 offsuit. Lateralus in great shape here. However, Paul flopping a 5 does have the best hand. But not now. Lateralus hits his Jack. Henry with a Jack as well. Worst kicker. A 4 would be a detrimental river card for Paul. does not come. Lateralus going to hold. Ryan back. Lateralus decides to check. Henry checks. Paul takes the showdown with his 5. Henry showing his jack. Lateralus taking this pot down, getting rid of his nip button. Lateralus not much to work with today, really. We've seen him play a couple of big all-in hands, and he has lost them. He had a flip earlier with Stein with ace-king. Stein had jacks. He lost that one. So Lateralus in for a couple of buy-ins. Great shot of the table here at Red Star Social in the stream room. If you have not come down to Red Star, you need to come check us out. Come play a little bit of poker. We have some of the cheapest rates in the Austin area to sit at a table and play. And it's a very nice vibe, very good atmosphere to come hang out. Bring your friends, come play some poker. Paul's sitting on an $1,800 stack right now. He's in for $2K, I believe. So stuck just a little bit, but Paul always great action. And we'll be seeing some more of Paul on the stream in the upcoming weeks. Paul, a really nice guy. Been playing poker with him for a few years here and there. King 8-6 flop. Rainbow. Paul with backdoor hearts working for him. Backdoor straight draw working for him. Garrett just ace high. Ryan with the only pair at the moment with his ace-8. Garrett not going to fold so quickly. He would like to see another card, as would Ryan. Three of clubs. Ryan still with the best hand with ace-8. It was Paul who bet the flop. Does decide to check now. Garrett checked to him. Just ace high. Decides to check it back. And we see a 4 on the river. Ryan's still best. Has to probably think he's good after the turn checks through as well. Ryan checks, Paul checks, and Garrett now with just ace high decides to check. So Ryan going to take this pot down. A little surprised to see Paul and Garrett both check back turn and river. I think if either of those guys had decided to put in a sizable bet, they would have ended up winning that pot. So Paul getting rid of his nip button, and we see the splash pot now, $120 in the middle that the players are playing for. I believe it was Paul that paid it. Excuse me. And to win the splash pot money, you do have to show your hand. Henry bumping it up. King Jack offsuit makes it $200 with the splash pot money out there. Stein, nothing to work with. So Henry going to take down that extra $120 uncontested. Nicely done, sir. Big welcome to Bruno in the chat. We do got poker on a Sunday. Booyah. Lots of action. We are on hand number 50. We started about 2.5 hours ago. Maybe a little more. Getting in plenty of hands, plenty of big pots. A lot of all-ins. Queen 8-7 flop. Lateralus flops a gutter. Stein with a 7 in his hand. It's Billy with a queen going to put in a bet on the button. Lateralus not going anywhere. Stein looking to improve his hand as well. Jack of hearts on the turn. Pretty good turn for Stein. Picking up a bit of equity now. However, Henry is going to bet $80 here. But Billy, with top pair, a non-believer, makes the call. Lateralus going to do the same. Now Stein getting a great price to just come along. Four of clubs on the river, not what Stein was looking for, not what Lateralus was looking for. Billy still best with his queen. It was Henry on the turn who put the bet in with almost no equity into 3 players, and he's going to bet 300 on this river, and it might just get the job done. Billy folds his queen. Lateralus now. Big decision with his jack here. Perhaps he's good some of the time, but when Henry bets into 3 other players on the turn and the river now, not super comfortable with our jack. Lateralus counting out calling chips, it looks like. And he does make the call. So a nice call by Lateralus in the 9 seat, taking down an $1,100 pot here. Nicely done, sir. So now the stream's starting to get a little traction on a Sunday. Oh, I got a cheerleader in the chat, Sarah Desmond Mick, saying, let's go mixing. Well, thank you. Love to see that. Thank you for tuning in. I'm very, very blessed and lucky to have someone who supports me like Sarah does. Hand number 51 of the evening. Shiva with ace king, Stein with ace nine. All hearts on the board. Nobody with a heart in their hand. So ace king going to remain the best hand.
This shit is so funny, dude.
Sarah Desmond Mix saying, why didn't she get an invite to the game? Well, I'll get you a seat whenever you want. You tell me when.
Maybe a ladies' stream. She runs it up to 20K.
Here we see the cumulative winnings. Garrett up a whopping 737. Henry winning still. Stein winning another 300 as well. Billy up almost 200. Everybody else in the red. Paul made a bit of a comeback after his first $1,000 went to other players at the table. Now down just 320. Shiva down the most, down 540 right now, but nobody getting too crushed tonight. Paul Sebastian in the chat wanting me to let viewers know that Red Star is dog friendly for well-behaved canine companions. It looks like we've got a bomb pot right now. Ace 7-5 with two spades is going to be the bottom board, and 10-8-4 rainbow going to be the top board. And here we see some hands populating on the left side of the screen. This is a PLO bomb pot, so players dealt 4 cards. A couple of them not populating quite yet. But bear with me while I try and make sense of them as well. Let's see, we got Billy with the nut spade draw. King, queen of spades in his hand. Also a 4 on the bottom board. Or on the top board, I should say, excuse me. It looks like he folded, though. Just his draw. Jack of hearts going to the bottom board. And the queen of diamonds on top. So Paul with the ace on the bottom. No good versus Henry's 2-pair 7-5. And Henry's 10 doing well up top right now. And going to remain the best, I believe. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, 10-4 Henry has. Paul did have 8-4. It looks like Henry is betting the pot here. Basically locking up the bottom board with that 5 and feeling good about his 2-pair on the top. Thank you, Sarah. Telling everybody to share the stream, send it out to your friends, get some more people watching in here. This is the first stream that we've done on a Sunday, starting out 2026, going into Sundays streaming as well as our normal time on Wednesdays, excuse me. Sundays we'll try and shoot for a 3 p.m. Central start time, and I will be the commentator usually. My name's Cameron Mixon. You can find me on socials at Mixon Poker. If you want a seat to the game, go ahead and message me on Instagram, preferably. But yeah, first day doing a Sunday stream. Paul going to make the call, shrug, call, and get scooped here. 240 going Henry's way on that last bet. But yeah, started out a little bit slow today. As far as viewership, we are up in the double digits now, so thank you guys for that. If you haven't yet, please go like the stream. It helps us in the YouTube algorithm. And if you haven't yet as well, subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell. You'll get updates and notifications whenever we go live, like today on our first Sunday. I expect that in future Sunday streams, we'll have a bit more viewership than we did today once word starts to get out. So we need your help getting that word out. Bruno saying that Sarah Mick is good action and doesn't like folding. Dave, you'll like to know that I told Jeff and Turtle a couple weeks ago, I said, I need to get you guys both on the stream on a Wednesday night or a Sunday coming up. So we'll see what we can do. Make sure I let you know about it so you can be in the chat and watch those two goofballs. Ryan with pocket eights now. Just calls the raise from Shiva. King 10-5, 2 diamonds on this flop. Paul with a 10. Nobody with a diamond in their hand. Ace of clubs on the turn. Paul now with a club draw as well. Shiva, however, turning his ace. And Henry turns a gut shot to Broadway, looking for a jack on the river. Everybody making the call but Ryan laying down the pocket eights. And it does come a jack on the river. Henry, runner. 4-liner to a straight out there, though. Easy fold for Paul for $200. Shiva now with an ace. Does he believe his buddy Henry here? Shiva knows Henry very capable of bluffing in spots like that, but does lay it down correctly. All right, sorry for that. I needed a quick break, but I'm back.
I think Bears come into play. You got revered for piles. A little laggy right there.
Well, I'm rooting for your Eagles then, Dave. Also, not a Skins fan, so there's that. Dave, did you hear about the Circa Survivor, the football pool? Bones and a bunch of guys here gonna be chopping it 5 ways with 4 other teams. I mean, Bones, their team is a handful of guys, but you know most of them. Turned $1,000 into almost $4 million. So pretty nice payday for those fellas. Henry with pocket queens again, the second or third time on the stream he's had queens. He's had aces another 2 or 3 times as well. Billy made the call with the ace queen. Ace right in the window. So Billy flopping the best of it. As long as he can avoid a queen. And it looks like the queen is actually dead. So Billy going to hold on here. Billy going $50 again. Just a little milky bet. Henry knows he's no good here, but was given too good of a price. Billy checks it. Henry bets 200, I believe, and then maybe 250 even. And then Billy quickly making the call. Gets rid of his knit button. Another knit game has started. Here we go. Paul bumping it up with ace 8 suited of the hearts variety. Shiva, king 10 offsuit. He's going to raise it as well from the button. Paul making the call. We're going to go heads up to a flop. 264 in the middle right now. An 8 right in the window. Paul flopping best. Shiva going to be looking for a king or a 10 on the turn. Paul checks it over. Shiva, who 3-bet in position here pre-flop, going to continue telling his story. Puts out 120 bucks. Paul not going to be folding for 120. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Paul checks it. Shiva with just king high still. Shiva rips it. Just king high. Looks like it's over 500. 555 is what the graphic is telling me. Now Paul in the blender. Best hand at the moment with his pair of 8s. But Shiva done a good job. Has done a good job of telling his story this hand, that he has a strong hand with the 3-bet pre-flop, C-bet on the flop, and then this all in on the turn. Paul makes the fold, so Shiva taking that one down. Nicely done, sir. Paul a little bit unhappy with his decision making in that one, but he'll live to see another day. It would have been a nice pot for him to win. Paul now with pocket 6s. Just making the call. Billy coming in with his min raise. Billy really likes that min raise pre-flop. And Lateralus bringing the heat. Makes a 150. Stein with pocket sevens now. Playable hand. He's got a lot of players to get through, though. Does lay it down, as does Paul with the sixes. Shiva gets out of there. And Billy and Ryan going to lay it down. Lateralus getting rid of his knit button and winning a pot uncontested. Never a bad thing. And we do have a while left in the stream tonight. We started about 3 o'clock, just a bit after 3 o'clock today, Central Time.
Are you gonna come hang out if you're in here for a minute?
All right, but
What up, dog?
what's up, boy?
Just got my King's torch for 750K.
Oh, no, bro.
Dude was running so good.
Who was it?
He came to the final table, or to our table to start day 2 with like 50K, bro. He had like 2 million when I left.
Who was it?
Some old Navy vet.
Oh, my God.
So brutal, dog. Oh, boy.
Lateralis with the best of it here, but Paul putting in a bet. Pretty sizable bet. $150 with 4 high. Paul does not like to give up. Lateralis knows he'll be good with an 8 or a king here in this spot. Doesn't come, so the 9's still good, but Lateralis going to be facing a $807 wager, I imagine, if he checks it over to Paul. And we'll see what Paul decides to do with just 4 high. Not going for all of it, and I don't think that's going to work. Not enough for Lateralis to be folding. Nine's not going to be good all that often here. However, against Paul, who is very aggressive, and Lateralis, who does not like to fold in spots like this, just do not think it's going to work. He is taking his time, though. Perhaps thinking that this does lean, the sizing, lean toward Paul's value very heavily. And it works. Lateralus lays it down. That exact same thought process that I just said. He's just thinking that Paul probably not bluffing for a size like that. But nicely done from the man in the 3 seat, Mr. Paul L. We've had some big pots today. Lots of good action for our first ever Sunday stream. Very first edition. And we will be back to you Wednesday night, this coming Wednesday night at 7 Central Time. So be sure to come tune in and watch some poker. Be another great lineup as always. Henry, who's been great action all day. Flopping top pair with Queen 7 here. Against his buddy Shiva. Shiva just going to lay it down. Henry getting rid of his nit button, and only 2 buttons remain, I believe. Stein has one in the 1 seat. Oh, excuse me. 3 buttons remain. Stein in the 1 seat, Garrett in the 5 seat, and Ryan in the 8 seat. All have nit buttons. Here we go. Cumulative winnings. Garrett up almost 700. Billy, Henry, and Stein all up in the 400 to 500 range. Ryan down 500. Paul down 500. Shiva and Lateralis down about 400 apiece. Kevin left us early, down just under 300. Not a huge loss for him. Ryan making the call now with his pocket sixes. $20 straddle is in effect. Paul here with ace-9 just decides to lay it down. Doesn't have a nit button that he has to worry about. Garrett with his nit button, though, making the call with the same hand that Paul just took down that last pot with. 4 deuce suited. Different suit, though. Garrett with spades working for him right now. Ace-9-8. And like I said, I was surprised to see Paul fold his ace-9. Would have flopped top 2 pair. Shiva getting the best of this flop right now with his 7-8. Pair of 8s. Good at the moment. Billy putting out a $20 bet. Jack high. Ryan making the call. Shiva seeing a bet and a call already. Wondering if his 8 can be good. Looks like he's carving out some raising chips, though. And he does raise. Makes it $85. Billy quickly folds. Now it's on Ryan. Pocket sixes. Tough spot with an underpair to the board. Does decide to let it go. So Shiva going to take that one down with his pair of 8s. Not a bad day for some poker here in Austin, Texas. If you haven't been with us before, welcome to the stream. This is our first ever Sunday stream, like I just mentioned, and we'll be back every Sunday, as well as our normal stream time on Wednesdays. be able to bring you guys many, many more poker hands this year. Stein bumping it up $50 with King Deuce of Spades. A nip button in front of him. Starting to become an issue and needs to find a spot that he can get rid of that, which he does right there. So nicely done. Now just two remaining nip buttons. Garrett and Ryan going to be battling it out. Garrett, who has been rather quiet all stream, very patient, the big winner so far on the day, as we saw in the cumulative winnings a couple hands ago. He's got this real comfy looking hoodie on, just looks relaxed. I don't know that he even cares about losing the Nick game. Gonna see him raise it up here. King 5 offsuit. Perhaps he's finding a spot where he can assure he doesn't lose the Nick game. Billy making the call with ace 10. Ryan coming along with queen 6. And Paul coming along with queen 8. So 4 ways to the flop, $203 in the middle on a 10-9-4 flop. Garrett just king high, Ryan just queen high. Billy, pair of 10s, best kicker. Thanks. Paul taking that pot down with queen high. Unless I missed something. Bit surprised to see Billy fold ace 10 there on a 10-9-4 rainbow board. But I believe it went bet, call. Paul puts in a raise with queen high and gets the job done. Stein now, who's been patient all stream, jacks again for the second time. Won a big pot earlier against Lateralus with the jacks. Bumps it up here, and Ryan coming along with his nip button. Everybody with something here. Stein obviously best still with his jacks. Ryan, however, gut shot straight draw looking for a 5. Henry with a pair of 7s in the 5. Ryan does get out of the way, though. Ryan would have turned his king. Stein checks it, and Henry puts in a $125 bet now. Stein still with the best hand. Going to make the call, and we'll see a river. Henry looking for some help. Does not come, so Stein still best. 440 in the middle, and we have jacks There is a king on the board. Goes check, check. Stein going to take this one down. Nicely done.
Smells good in here. Oh my god, fucking Paul stuff. Stein, dude. Don't make me commentate with that goofball on the fucking stream. Hope you can hear me too. I hate that motherfucker.
Oh, another day. Another day here in Austin, Texas. Beautiful day for some poker. Two knit buttons still remaining. Garrett with one and Ryan in the 8 seat with his as well.
Ryan's the goat, bro.
And Stein, back-to-back hands, waking up with kings now. He had jacks last hand. Immediately gets 3-bet by Henry to his left as well. We'll catch you later, Dave. Good talking to you. Thanks for tuning in. Lateralus making the call with the Queen 10 of diamonds. Stein going to put his foot on the gas now and bump it up with the kings. Try and build a big pot. Henry not going away. Ace 7 of clubs. Lateralus getting a pretty good price with a bad hand. Decides to let it go. Henry with 700 back. Stein covering. Jack high flop, 2 diamonds. Henry hitting none of that. And just over a pot size bet remaining in Henry's stack. Stein bets 250. Henry snap rips it with just ace high. Henry in trouble right now, looking for an ace. $2,000 pot. And how did we even get here? First run out, good for Stein. Henry looking for an ace or a 4 on the second one. Does not come. So Stein takes down that pot. $2,000 going his way. 2,700 in that man's stack now. No worries though, Henry with the quick reload. Henry, who just reloaded, immediately waking up with ace 10. Bumps it up to $30. And Paul now with the kings. We've got some premium hands floating around the table. Paul just makes the call for $30. Ryan making the call as well with pocket deuces And Stein has queens. Watch out. Insane run for Stein. Jacks, then kings, then queens. All consecutively. He's been patient all day, waiting for spots just like this. Stein bumps it up 175. Henry makes the call. And now Paul, 1,600 back in his stack, holding pocket kings in great shape to play a huge hand against the one and only Stein. Looks like Paul going to go 600 here, leaving himself about $1,000 back. Ryan gets out of the way. Stein with pocket queens. Very rough spot. We'll see here. Does Stein elect to just make the call, or is he going to put it all in? Paul's 4-bet size kind of setting off some alarm bells, and he lays it down because of that sizing. I think if Paul just rips there, Stein probably gets in there with queens, but the size that Paul made it just scared Stein off with queens. That is a incredible fold from our friend Stein in the 1 seat. Nicely done, sir. Very sick fold. That is the fold of the stream today. Henry going for it here with ace-10. He just lost to kings last hand with the same hand. Stein pumped about his fold, finding out Paul has kings. Very happy. Henry just stepping right in it again. $2,200 pot. It's a decent flop for Henry. It's a 10. 2 spades out there. No spade on the turn. Looking for an ace or a 10 on the river. Does not come. Paul taking that first run out. Henry reaching in his pocket. Queen 10-9 for the second board. Paul with a straight now. Henry needs a king and a king only. Does not come. So Paul taking down that pot. $2,200 going his way. Unfortunate for Henry in the 2 seat there. We get a couple of big pots there, back to back, $2,000 pots. And and change. Henry in the 10 straddle. Paul waking up with pocket sevens. Garrett still with his knit button. Don't forget, this knit game's still going on. Ryan with his as well in the 8 seat. Stein laying down the ace 9. Henry coming along, though, from the straddle with ace 3. Henry does flop a 3. Paul still with the pocket sevens. 8 high board, though. Ryan does have an 8, so Garrett getting out of the way. Ryan making the call. Last remaining knit button on the table aside from Garrett. One of these two will be paying that knit tax, and if Ryan stays in this hand, he's got a good shot at getting rid of his button and making Garrett pay that. They check it over to Ryan, who rips it. Ryan, the best hand at the moment. Henry out of the way with his ace. And his 3, I should say. Paul now with a decision, though, with pocket sevens. Ryan's all in, just $240 and $514 in the middle. If Paul will call this $240, it'll be a $750 pot. Paul looks like he's in folding formation, does lay it down. And Ryan taking it down, getting rid of his knit button, not going to have to pay the knit tax. That's going to be left up to our friend Garrett in the 5 seat. Here we go. Cumulative winnings. Stein up over $1,500. Paul up a nice $820. Garrett up $581. Billy up $363. Everybody else in the red. Henry down $1,800 right now. Still plenty of time left to get some of that money back. Shiva down $300. Lateralus down $400. And Ryan down his first buy-in, $491, basically. So this is the splash pot. $140 in the splash pot. $160 came from Garrett's stack. 20 to the dealer. Got a dozen of you guys hanging out today, watching in the chat. So appreciate you hanging out for our first edition of a Sunday live stream here at Red Star Social. Shiva coming back in now. Making the call for $25. Ryan waking up with a premium in this splash pot. Ace queen off. Lateralus with 7 deuce. We have not seen it yet today, but Lateralus with the 7 deuce putting in the raise. The 7 deuce game is on, so if you win with 7 deuce, you're going to get an extra $10 from every player at the table. Nice little incentive to be aggressive and play a poor hand, make an extra $80. And in this instance, should he take it down, he's going to be making a extra $140 on top of it with the splash pot money. Ryan with ace queen here. Only $489 left behind. And he lays it down. Lateralus getting a gift there. I'm very shocked to see ace queen fold there. Lateralus very happy to take that one down. He has no idea what he just got Ryan to fold. And we welcome a Red Star Stream regular at this point to the 4-seat. Our man BP, as we call him. Just going by Ben today on the graphic. Seven, 5-3, all hearts. Shiva taking one down with 10 high. And with that, we're going to welcome a new dealer into the box. We have an all in here. Ryan all in versus Henry, I believe. I didn't see. Just walking back into the booth, but not sure what either player has yet. The hands have not populated on the graphic. We have pocket threes versus pocket twos. Ryan with the threes, I believe. And they do hold. Henry, I believe, had the twos. Nice pot for Ryan to win. Excuse me. Allergies are going nuts down here in Austin. All this mountain cedar all throughout Texas, really. Love to see Paul cracking open a good old Shiner Bach. Garrett with ace king here. Henry, queen five. Pair of fives is best at the moment. Henry gonna call and see another card. And it's a gin card for him. The queen on the turn gives him two pair. Garrett, however, holding the ace of hearts in his hand and picking up a gut shot to a straight should a 10 come. Henry in good shape, though. Garrett bets $125, and Henry bumps it up $250. Just a min click. Henry with just under 200 back. Garrett making the call. Queen on the river, giving Henry a boat. Garrett just ace king, ace high. Checks it over to Henry. Henry going to be putting it all in. If Henry would have gone for all of it on the turn instead of the min raise, he would have probably gotten it, given that Garrett has the ace of hearts and the gut shot. So Henry missing out on almost $200 of value there, I think. A great day to play some poker here at Red Star Social. Hand 73 of the stream tonight. We started around a little after 3 o'clock Central Time. That's going to be our normal-ish schedule for the time being for the Sunday streams, and Wednesdays will still remain about 7 o'clock Central. So be sure to come back on Wednesday night. I'll be here commentating. I'm usually in here. I'm usually the one holding it down and giving you guys the calls. Henry flopping top pair with his king. Shiva with the ace queen of diamonds. Lateralus making the call as well with his ace 10 offsuit. And Henry getting in there. Henry getting after it. Wants to win some hands here. 10 in the window. And we got action. Henry and Shiva both flopping an open ender with their queens. Shiva with the ace, so should a king come, Henry will be in trouble. Lateralus with pair of tens with an ace kicker, and Garrett, top two pair. Buckle your seatbelts. And an ace on the turn here. Shiva now with top pair, as well as the open ender with his queen. Garrett still best. 729 in the pot. Garrett with just 611 behind. There's the rip from Garrett. Shiva now in a interesting spot. There it is, 612 from Garrett. Henry with the exact same amount behind. Waiting to see what Shiva is going to decide to do. Shiva about $900 in his stack. See the equities on the left-hand side next to the players' names. Shiva 26% equity in this hand, so that means he's going to win this pot 26% of the time. Shiva lays it down. Henry now, just an open ender. Not a great spot. A lot of money out there, though. Great shot from the guys in the studio. Panning in over here on Henry while he makes this decision. Get a very clear shot of those chips. And he's going to make the call. Henry gambling here. Looking for a king or an 8 to take it down. Garrett with 2 pair. The best hand at the moment, in great shape. Almost all 8 of Henry's outs are live. Just the 8 of diamonds is spoken for right now. I believe they said twice. Running it twice. 5 of clubs on the river on the first run out. No good. And a 5 of spades on the second run out. No good for Henry. So Garrett taking down a nice $1,900 pot there. What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Good, man.
Thanks for letting me join you.
Of course. Bring that closer to you. We gotta... No, not yet. And into the bunker, into the booth, rather, we have a very special guest coming in to close out the remainder of the stream with me. You've seen him. You love him. Love watching him play on the stream personally. Always brings a lot of action. It's the one and only Professor. Professor, how you doing?
I'm good. First off, thanks for that terrific introduction. And it's an honor to be in the booth for the first time with you, Mixon. Thank you for letting me join you. And,
Yeah, I love it.
Got a full table here. So what's the story of this game so far?
It's been pretty good. Started off a little bit slow. We started 6-handed for probably like 20, 30 minutes and then built up a few more players gradually. So the pots were a little bit smaller at first, and now we've really seemed to found our stride at this table. Been a lot of action the past hour or so.
Nice.
Some big pots. Lots of big hands. Henry, who is in the 2 seat, he was up like 1,500 probably at his peak, and now is definitely in for the most, sitting on another $1,000 right there after he got stacked in that hand. So there's been lots of action. It's been very fun to watch tonight.
Oh, of course, there's been lots of action. We always get lots of action going on this stream. I was a little disappointed I couldn't play this one tonight. I've haven't missed one in several weeks. I had a day 2 of a tournament I was playing today, and
Very nice.
went pretty well. Not as well as I wanted, but shot right over here to see what's going on.
Well, good run in the tournament.
Thank you.
That is unfortunate about tournaments, is it's always, almost always anyway, not as well as I want to do.
Only one person's happy in the end.
This is very true. Got a hand developing here. Ryan going all in, it looks like, with Queen Jack. I'm unsure what Lateralus' decision was, but Henry in there as well. It looks like Lateralus folded, and we're going to see Henry doing actually pretty well against the Queen Jack of Ryan. Looks like it'll be like a $1,700 pot. Excuse me, $1,500 pot. And they're running it twice, I believe. Ryan looking for queen or a jack. Just 3 remaining outs. Now a club, yeah. And he does find a club on this first run out, so he's going to take half the pot. Can he do it again is the question.
$10 for the scoop.
Can he find the 10? Can't find a 10, a queen, or a jack. So Henry going to take the second board. They'll chop that pot up. So, Professor, tell the viewers, because your nickname's Professor. Tell all the viewers at home that are wondering, what does he teach? What your background is in that?
My background's in psychology. Interested in a lot of aspects of it. Used to teach abnormal psychology, clinical psychology, history of psychology, introduction to psychology, and I even, at the last place I taught, Augustana College in Illinois, got to develop a course about poker and psychology and taught that 3 different times. That was really fun.
Oh, that's awesome. Very cool. Very interesting. I love that. It's very unique about you in particular. Poker is very interesting in that every time you sit down at the table with different people, everybody has such a different background or a different story.
People are coming from different places. They've got different motivations for playing the game. That's the thing I think about a lot. And then there's the day-to-day stuff, you know, whether someone's tired, alert, angry, happy, you know, all that stuff too. But I think a lot about what the person's individual motivations are when it comes to thinking about what they might be doing.
Nice. Got a bomb pot here. Bomb pots are very tough to commentate, as you see.
I see
what
that.
happens is
I knew it had to be true, but it's another thing altogether to be in here seeing it.
yeah, you get populated with a bunch of hands simultaneously. So 9-8-7 is our bottom flop, 2 clubs, and 10-5-3 is on the top. Billy flopping a straight on the bottom with 8-6-5-4, so 6-5 playing.
Henry's got the club draw.
Billy also with 2 hearts on the top, as Lateralus does have the same open-ender, the 6-4 on the top, and the ace-king of hearts on that same board.
Very unlikely to see a scoop in this one, I think.
Yeah, Henry with the nut clubs. Garrett with second nut club draw and 9-7-6, but does lay it down, opting not to go searching for another card.
Yeah, I thought it was going to get reduced down to the nut flush draws. They're just so much easier to play than those other hands we saw.
100%. Stein's mystery hand goes in the muck as well. So 3 players remaining. Ben with the Jack 10 of hearts and the 3 deuce offsuit. So working with 2 pair on the top as well as the heart draw, but Lateralus with the better heart draw. Jack of clubs going to the bottom. So Henry making the nut flush. Another 5 on top. Nobody with a 5 and nobody with...
Lateralus is an open-ended straight draw on that board, too.
Yes. The 6-4 is open-ended. Probably a bit worried now that the board is paired, though, in a bomb pot. Especially when he's not holding a 10 or a 5 or a 3. Really not much to work with on the other board for him either, so I would imagine we see... Ben fold and Lateralus fold, but I've seen crazier things happen, and there it is. So Henry going to take that one down.
Does get the scoop.
Scooper, nicely done by Henry. Very good hand. It's easy when you make the nuts sometimes. And he had really nothing working for him on that top board. So he's very happy to take down the whole pot in a situation like that, obviously. So you've played with pretty much everybody at this table.
Yeah,
I
nearly
believe.
everyone looks familiar. Sometimes I don't. I think the 6 and 7 seats I'm not very familiar with. Everyone else I recognize.
Yeah, Henry is in the 2 seat. You played with
Yep.
him recently in the 6 and 7 seat. Shiva in the 6 seat and Billy in the 7 seat are friends of his that he brought along to play
Nice.
with today. They've been good action, been playing a lot of pots.
What's the biggest pot we've seen tonight?
The biggest pot tonight was... There was a 4-way all-in that was like a $2,600 plus pot.
Nice.
It got chopped kind of with the side pots a couple different ways, though. So the biggest, like, outright pots, though, I think probably Stein won the biggest. He had kings versus Henry. And then the hand right after that, Paul in the 3 seat, he won a big one against Henry. He had kings against Henry as well, the back-to-back hands. So a couple of... It was like a $2,200 pot and a $2,000 pot back-to-back.
Good stuff.
Yep. Henry now finding a bit of a groove here.
Are they playing any side games? 7 deuce?
They are playing the 7 deuce game. Lateralus won with 7 deuce about 7-8 hands ago, I think. But that's the only time that we've seen 7 deuce dealt in 80-ish hands or so.
Okay.
Has not been prominent. It's funny how that works sometimes. I've played on streams where we're playing the 7 deuce game and it seems like somebody has 7 deuce every 5-6 hands. And then other nights you can play for 4 hours and never see it.
I can't speak for anyone else, but when I get 7 deuce on the stream, even if the reward isn't that high, I want to win with it so bad.
I do too. I am the exact same way. I think it's fun. It
For sure.
It adds a lot of... There's an ego aspect to it
100%.
in that sense, for sure.
100%.
Oh, it's such a relief to have you in here right now. Filling all the space by myself for hours is tough sometimes.
Commentary is a hard job. I've been looking forward to being able to give this a shot, and but I knew coming in it's not easy. I've done a little bit of sportscasting, and it's not easy.
Nice. What sports have you done?
Oh, I know a lot about bike racing, and I've gotten recruited to do some events there.
Very cool.
You're not just doing the commentary. You got to do the tech stuff and keep the show running. It's a hard job.
Definitely is. Definitely is. Luckily, we've smoothed it out a little bit over the last couple months, mostly through trial and error.
Of course, of course. So when are we going to see you on the felt in this stream?
I don't know. I played one night. It was late into the stream after somebody had left. I think Dirty was in here commentating with me, and I was like, hey, I might go out there and just play a little bit. But it was only for 30 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
I'd really like... We have been talking about doing some more like sit-and-go streams and things like that. I'd really like to play in those, given the chance, given the opportunity. And I'll likely be doing commentary most every Wednesday for sure, and most Sundays. Here and there, I'll probably miss a few Sundays. Just I got to play some tournaments occasionally on Sundays, but yeah, I'd like to find a time to play occasionally. Sometime when you're not feeling like playing and want to come into the booth one night, we'll trade off.
All right, I'm down for that.
But really, I enjoy it. I've enjoyed being able to do it. I've done it a few times here and there in the past at various other places before we started this stream here at Red Star back up. So I enjoy it. I really enjoy talking about tournaments a lot more, personally. 8-4 deuce flop. Been with a mystery hand. Henry getting after it, though, with the 7 high. He's stuck a bit and wants...
It's a small bet, though.
Small bet, but doing it with 7 high nonetheless. Does hit a 7. But yeah, I think cash games are, at least at these stakes that we play at, more or less I just get to call the action because things move so quickly a lot of the time. There's not a whole lot of...
Oh, he's going to ace-10 calling on the turn, too. I like the call on the flop. The turn is, now you're out there.
He is out there. Out there fishing.
Just get there. Just get there. It's the best tactic if you can execute it.
It works really well when you execute it like that, for sure. Going to put out $200.
It's a pretty big bet. I'd like a smaller bet targeting an 8, targeting a 7.
No doubt. I think Henry going to lay it down for that size. He does lay it down. Yeah, Ryan getting rewarded. Otherwise would have been caught with his pants at his ankles on a lot of rivers there.
So I've just been here a few minutes, so I don't know. Do you think Ryan is maybe calling there thinking he can bluff on the end if he misses? Has he shown anything like that?
He has not shown anything like that.
Okay.
Mostly the opposite of that is what I would say. He
doesn't mean he doesn't have it in him. That might have been the time, but
could have been. And I don't know much about him. This is the first time I think I've ever seen him play, I believe. He might have been on the stream once before, actually, but I'm not positive on that. But I don't know much about him. I don't think I've ever played with him personally, like I have some of the other guys at the table.
Are we? Any chance we're awarding a best dressed, best style at the table?
We haven't. We haven't tonight.
I'd like to start, and I'd like to start with Ben.
Yeah,
Ben's rock star look kicks ass.
It does. He always comes dressed to the nines.
I like his style.
Yeah, I forget. He had like a suede shirt or a suede jacket if I recall, maybe the last time he was on the stream. But I don't know if he has a personal assistant that dresses him or what.
I think that style comes from within. I think he's his own stylist.
Yeah.
That's my bet.
I think so. Very interesting guy, Ben.
Pair of 9s here for Paul. Could definitely 3-bet.
And he is going to.
Nice and deep. Henry opening Jack 4. Ooh, adventure.
Yeah, Henry looking to get unstuck for sure. He's trying to build some pots and get after it. Paul with the 3-bet with the 9s on the button, and Shiva making the call with the 8s. Pretty speculative call from the Jack 4. But we'll see a flop nonetheless. 3 ways, I believe Ryan folded. Something like 240 in the middle. There we go. Graphics are caught up now. And we'll see 3.
Door's open.
Door is wide open for Henry here.
If you're in there with the Jack 4 of diamonds, this is a nice board to continue betting on. Obviously, he's got the gutter. He's got the backdoor diamonds. Your hand is trash, so you might as well try for it.
Yeah, I think he's going to be looking to check raise here, perhaps.
Maybe.
Paul putting in $85. We'll see.
Yeah, I like betting outright better than check call, but
I would agree with you on that. Ace, a pretty bad card for him, I think. Paul,
yeah.
Mostly comfortable given what he's seen tonight from Henry. Now Queen on the river are going to make it a little interesting, but I don't think that Paul's ever folding for that size.
You got to go huge there if you're going to try, I think.
Yeah, 120 just not enough, but I don't think Paul was folding to almost any size, really. 400 in the pot. Henry could have bet something like 325, 350, and Paul's probably...
I'm saying 700.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go pretty big there, and even then, it looks just...
Right.
The line just does not look very credible. Paul might just decide to look it up with a pair of 9s in that spot, especially given that the clubs miss on the flop, the front door clubs. Seems like a very valid hand, 9s, to pick off a big bet. Got 15 people watching us in the live chat tonight. Thank you guys for tuning in and hanging out for our first ever edition of a Sunday live stream at Red Star Social. We'll be back each and every Sunday around 3 Central. And we'll be here on Wednesday nights as well. Wednesdays we go live about 7 Central.
We got 2 trash hands limping in. Now we've got a real hand.
And Shiva
makes a 70 with queens.
Might just take it down here. We'll see if Henry's going to get into this one. I'll really be struggling against queens, obviously. He does get in there. 161 in the middle between these two. Heads up going to this flop.
There's his 5. There's the overcards. Maybe he finds a path to a win. That's just about the best flop Queen 5 can get versus queens.
I would say so. Wishing he had the Queen of Diamonds, obviously, but...
Oh.
And he gets there on the river with his 5, so now comfortable, in any case, to put out a bet Would have been interesting to see a non-5 river, what he would decide to do, but the 5 of spades makes it pretty easy. Puts out a little over half-size pot bet.
And she was thinking about it.
I mean, his read is right. He's not believing that
Right.
he has an ace or a king. However, Henry just gets there with the 5. And that one's tough for Shiva. Walk that one off, buddy.
Getting there is the best tactic. I think I said that a moment ago.
It is. It really is. It's so nice when you can play a garbage hand like that and get there against a premium. Things have really calmed down in Red Star out on the main floor. There was a couple tables running earlier, a bunch of people here.
It was lively when I came in.
Little party going on out there.
Nice.
Bunch of people having fun down here at Red Star Social.
This is a fun place to play. I've played here a few times now, in addition to playing on the stream, and I've always had a nice time. It's a good crowd.
Yeah, I like the crowd here. The atmosphere quite different than all of the other card rooms in the city for the most part. And it's a good change of pace. It's good to see different faces too. The monotony of going to the same place to play and seeing the same faces nonstop, that kind of thing is... It's always nice to change it up sometimes.
All right, Henry's got a little more respectable Queen Jack offsuit. Oh, sorry, I'm misspeaking. Henry has 7-4 suited. Stein's opening the Queen Jack offsuit. 7-4 suited is my favorite nonsense hand to really go with.
Yeah, I love those. I love those types of hands.
All right, so Henry's made the call.
Those suited gap, 1 gap, 2 gap hands like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're very hard to detect and play against. You rarely see...
They're hard to detect and hard to play against, and also having them in there gives you coverage on all kinds of boards. When people know that you can have premiums or you can have 7-4,
Absolutely.
you start to become hard to play against. Shiva flops bottom set on a great board. Love to see an ace and a jack with your 6s there.
Mm-hmm. Nobody with the ace, though. Stein with the jack. We do see a king on the turn, though, so Stein gets out of the way. Ben makes the call, and Ryan put the bet out, the $20 bet, with his flush draw, actually. 9-5 of spades.
And Shiva's got a raise here, and does.
Makes it 100.
Ryan's got an interesting spot to try to peel one.
Yeah, I think we definitely peel with our flush draw here. And Ben now seeing it go raise and call. Only $80 for him to call, but
What river do you like?
we don't love it.
Yeah. Tough to continue.
He does lay it down. Nice lay down.
Good fold. Brick. Deuce of clubs. Now, the question is not that it's going to matter, but what's your bet size with a set of 6s here?
I'm going probably 300 at least. I'm probably going big here because I think we just get called by most of the aces that get this far. The ace queen, the ace 10, and then also the 2 pairs, the ace jack and ace king, obviously calling us. Now, if we put a bet out like that and we get raised, it's a lot more likely that they're going to have queen 10
Yeah, if we make the big bet and get raised, we're probably toast.
versus when we go small and get raised.
When we go small and get raised, then we can call. Small to induce is kind of nice here.
Yeah, small to induce would be nice, but I think I would rather just go for the value in this against this player particularly, probably. And it just gets the job done. Now, there's players that I'm not going to go that size, I don't think, obviously. But there's nothing, I haven't seen much today from anyone really of bluffing in a spot like that on a river. So if we go small and do get raised, it's still like, oh, we just get to fold, whereas the bigger size just gets us paid more, I think.
Looks like we have a Nick game starting up. Fun stuff.
If the guy's not ever going to bluff raise us, right?
What is the Nick game tax up to at this time
This
of
would
night?
be $160 to the splash pot, $20 to the dealer. So what does that make that? This makes this Nick game number
180.
4 or number 3?
Okay.
I think this is number 3. Or no, it's number 4 because we started with 100 in the middle, and then this would be 160 in the middle, yeah.
All right, Henry with black jacks.
Not a bad starting hand for the first hand of the Nick game.
Coming in big. 80, 88. Let's see if anyone's got anything to fight back with. Paul's giving it a think with 6-3 suited. All right.
Paul loves getting after it. Paul, very aggressive, very splashy.
Oh, nice spot for aces.
Especially when your buddy has pocket jacks, the very first hand of the Nick game.
Yeah, and there's some juice in the middle too.
Bumps it up.
Did you only make it 200?
Bit small. Yeah, it just goes 200. And Billy with
Oh,
10s
my
to
God.
his left, so we got a big one brewing here.
Set up. Good stuff. Eights. Oh, my.
Setup hand
Oh,
here.
eights hits the muck.
8s, snap fold, no thought about it.
All right. Henry is raising 101% of the time here.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to be just all of his chips. I don't see a size that we like other than that.
Yeah, I think you're right. And in fact, it is proving to be true. Did he cut
He
out a little
cut
and
out-
set out to the side?
He cut out some chips and set them out to the side, just putting out $1,000, leaving
Okay.
himself 233
I
behind.
mean, it's effectively an all-in, but that's an interesting thing to have done.
Effectively all in here. Paul now, 6-eye, gets out of the way.
Henry's going to end up all in for sure because Shiva's going to put it all in. Then Billy will have to have a think at least with tens. He doesn't have, yeah, tens, I think, facing that action. I'd probably just shrug and put it in and hope I'm
I
not.
think I would too, because there's just so much out there, and
Yeah.
given his stack as well, he's only got 800 versus the other $1,200 stacks.
And this hand really illustrates the difference between, cash game thinking and tournament thinking. Cash game thinking, you're just like, all right, I'm in there. If I
Right.
win, I win. If I don't, I rebuy. Tournament, you're like, uh-oh.
Oh yeah, I would
Probably
fold
folding.
10s probably in
Yeah.
a tournament in this situation for sure.
Shiva doing a good performance here.
Yeah, this is definitely Oscar worthy. The funny thing is, I think he's kind of looking over at Henry and wondering, what in the world are you doing with this extra $230 you kept behind? So I think that part's actually very genuine. He does go all in now. And yeah, Billy does make the call. Cannot blame him in the slightest, once he already has 200 out there.
All right, aces going to win 2/3 of the time. That's a long way from 100.
Henry and Billy looking for some jacks and 10s respectively. Shiva with the ace of spades covers Henry's jack of spades. Henry's jack of clubs covers Billy's 10 of clubs, and Shiva's ace of diamonds covers Billy's 10 of diamonds. So Billy dead on the flush draw front. But we do have the biggest pot of the night brewing right now.
Nice. $3,319.
3 ways between these 3 gentlemen here.
Those aces are on the button too. Man, so nice. Aces on the button.
On the button, very
First
first
hand
hand
of
of
the
the
knit
knit game. I mean, it is like a dream.
I like a lot of things about playing the Red Star Stream beat. Do you know what a specific thing I like about playing the Red Star Stream, Mixon?
What is that?
I like the size of these pots. There's just so many chips in there. I love when I have to drag a pot and it's so big and it covers the card reader and it's going to take me 4 hands to clean it up. I love that. And we're going to have one of those here.
We're gonna have one of those right now, in fact, and I'm a big fan of that too. And I'm playing in a stream, in any game really, but particularly in streams. I love to see pots like that where we're building towers. I'm honestly not a huge fan of even coloring chips up.
Me either. I'm the same way.
Really ever, but particularly in streams.
Yeah, I like to have a stupid amount of chips stacked up. And whenever someone's like, "You want to color up?" I'm always like, "No."
Yeah, no chance. I want this to look like a kingdom, not just a castle, an absolute monstrosity, which is what one of these guys is going to end up with here. 2 times, they say. Here we go. Aces versus jacks versus tens.
Pretty nice slot for the aces.
2 diamonds out there. We have the diamond. 10 on the turn. Billy
Nice.
getting there with the 10s.
Nice job, Billy, getting there.
Ace is good for the first board side pot. Jack on the second board.
Oh, jeez.
Aces
Oh, aces.
look like they are going down in flames now.
Oh, and
a
a 10.
Doesn't matter,
Oh.
but still.
Oh, aces.
Fireworks there.
Down in flames. Brutal. That's rough.
That is rough for Shiva's aces there. Shiva does get half of the side pot.
All right, so credit to Shiva. He looks like he's taking it very well.
Absolutely. That is a tough spot to remain calm and cool. That is one of the things I respect most about any poker player.
It's so important.
In general.
It's so important to be able to take a beat.
You do a great job of it yourself, Professor.
Thank you. I can say the same for you. I've watched you play. Before I even ever came to Austin, I knew who you were, and you always have the correct etiquette.
Thank you. Appreciate that. As we get this pot sorted out, a bunch of money going to Henry and a bunch of money going to Billy. Henry climbing back up a little bit there, hitting that jack on the second board. Very
We got like
helpful.
a helicopter shot here, moving around.
Nice little moving around. We're seeing everything. This is interesting. I don't think we've seen this from...
This is the traffic helicopter, I think.
He's doing a good job. I kind of like that. We'll have to get more of that in the future. Here we go. Look at this mountain of chips here. Henry, just what we talked about just now, already grabbed a rack because he's going to color up. It's almost like he heard us subconsciously saying not to color up, and he wanted to prove us prove us wrong. He said, I'm going to color up.
So I wonder what Henry's reasoning was for cutting out those few chips and not putting them in.
Yeah, I was trying to think about that at the beginning of this hand, and I just don't. In a cash game like this, I'm not sure that it makes a whole lot of sense or matters really for that. I can understand sometimes in a
In tournament, interesting.
given certain situations for sure, but so Billy with the pocket tens, the worst of the three hands, winning the first board, gets to relinquish his nip button before both Henry and Shiva are going to. So that's a big win for him.
All right, we've got some cumulative results here. Stein topping the table up about $1,500. Henry is stuck the most at minus 1,800. Everyone else in the middle. V Pips, Henry 78%. Damn.
Absolutely off the rails tonight, Henry. Love it. Stein, very patient at the bottom of the board right now, 21%. Not much to work with for my friend Stein in the one seat today. However,
Let's talk more about 78%. That is animal.
it is outrageous. I mean, I think for most of the streams that I've played in the past 5-6 years, I'm probably generally between like 30 and 40% VPEP, which is
Good.
decent action, right? Like
for sure.
anybody that's in that range is giving action and getting action when they are playing hands like that. Once you get down below 25%, probably becomes a little bit nitty. At least for streams, I wouldn't necessarily say that. You know, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, obviously. But 78% is outrageous.
78.
It's hard to get up there. I think even when I've really tried to be active, I get like most I've probably ever seen from myself is like 60,
That's way
65.
Up there. That's
like,
way
and
up
that's
there.
way up there for sure.
I wonder if 78% is the highest VPIP in the history of this stream.
It's got to be the highest in the history of the Red Star stream, I imagine. Setting records over here, Henry. Love it. Taking a flip here against Ben. Five's in the lead right now. 2 times, I say.
Ace 10 gets his ace. Only has to fade a 5. And does.
Nice run out for Ben on the first board. Can he do it again? No.
5.
5 right in the window. And that's just rude to put a 10 on the turn. They'll chop it up, and Ben will get rid of his nit button, winning the first board. Henry holding on to his.
So you've remarked on what kind of chip stacks you like to see on stream. You've remarked on VPIPs on stream. Let me ask you, what is your thoughts on running it twice on a cash stream?
Personally, I'm not really a fan of running it twice on cash streams.
I agree. I agree.
I like to see blood.
I'm the same way.
It makes for more entertaining poker hands generally.
I second that.
I can, however, sympathize with the size of this stream and the stakes, that it's kind of smaller, so it does invite players who maybe aren't ready bankroll-wise to be playing some of the other bigger games around town. So I can sympathize with, them wanting to run it twice to stay in the game and
I agree.
not go.
I'm not trying to shame
Broke,
anyone.
right.
I just wanted to get your input.
No,
and
no doubt.
You've commentated on enough of my games to know that I'm one time every time.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's the way I like it. But to each his own.
That's how I prefer. I would definitely run pots more than once, but generally those pots, especially on streams, are
5-figure
much
pots.
larger than most of the pots that we see here. Stein with queens now. Henry making the call, king 3 of diamonds. I have an interesting feeling about this king 3 of diamonds going into this flop.
He's got a piece.
He's got a piece and some backdoor possibility. Interesting check by Stein here. Just knowing Henry has been firing. So Stein laying low here, checking it over to him, and Henry did oblige.
Paul's in there with a gutter.
And I believe I think Paul folded. Henry bet 250 it looked like, and Paul got out of the way quickly.
Oh, okay. I'm catching up mentally here. Did Stein check raise?
It looks like he has, yes. 600 is the new amount, I believe. Yeah, Paul out of the way to the 250 bet from Henry, and Stein in there, 600.
A really nice check raise given what his opponent has.
Could be an action killer.
Yeah, he will not like that card. It won't be enough to shut him down entirely, but he won't like it. Well,
he just decides to
shows
rip
what I
it.
know.
Yeah, Stein confident in his queens here, deciding to rip it, put pressure on Henry if he has something like a heart draw, maybe something like 10-9.
Henry does not like it and is definitely curious.
Yeah, Henry just starting to climb back a bit.
The
winning
stream
with the jacks,
and then the stream factor comes in here because you're thinking, I will look so cool if I find the hero call and I'm right here.
Absolutely, and we all hate folding as it is, so there's a lot of money out there.
And it does look like a heart draw the way Stein played it. I can see why Henry's thinking about it.
Yeah, definitely the check raise leans very heavily toward a holding like that, perhaps. Problem is that a lot of his check raises with hearts probably include the ace of hearts.
Certainly.
And Henry looking like he's in folding formation. 2,500 in the pot. If Henry makes the call, we have a $3,500 pot. New record for the biggest pot of the night.
He does not want to fold. Yeah, it's coming. He's going to call. I'm gonna say it now. He's calling.
I think you're right here. I think he might do it. Oh, back to folding formation, perhaps.
He's teetering on the fence. I think he's gonna call.
I can't really blame him either way. I mean, if we're gonna play King 3 suited like this, we're going to run into some tough spots like this. Oh.
It's the heart and the head here. The head knows it's a fold. The heart wants to call.
Nice Bucky's shirt that Stein has on.
There it is, the call.
Makes the call. New biggest pot of the night, $3,600. Stein in great shape. Henry looking for a king or a 3 to take this one down.
$3,600 pot. Henry with 11% equity.
Oh my God!
Just get there.
Woo! My goodness.
Wow.
Stein pretty happy he agreed to go twice here.
See, there you go. How much better a story is it if that's a one-time or
Oh,
just
absolutely. Yes.
bang the 3?
Yeah, Henry wishing he went once for sure. Gets him back to even about, I think. I believe he's in for 3 or 4 buy-ins.
Henry is relieved. He looked very unhappy when he saw
When
what
he
he
saw
was
the
up against.
queens. Wow.
Good stuff. Credit to Stein for knowing exactly where he was at on that ace turn and just putting it all in and getting the call miles ahead.
Stein played that whole hand very well. Every street in that hand, I liked how Stein played it. I didn't think that he would go for it on the turn once the ace came off, but credit to him, like you said, for sticking with it. So many players decide to just check in a spot like that.
So Ben starting off the hand with ace-5 suited, coming in for the call under the gun, the effective under the gun. Garrett bumps it up to 50 with 10-8 of spades. Really nice hand when you're deep in a cash game. Lateralus with deuces on the button, I think. Yeah, on the button.
Yes. And Stein with
Stein
queens
with
again.
Queens again. Ladies, man.
It's funny. Stein had a
He gets to put in the nice fat raise because of the net game.
Oh, absolutely. And he had a run earlier before you were here, maybe about 30 minutes or an hour before you were here, where he had jacks and won a nice pot. Then the next hand he had kings and won a nice pot. And then the next hand he had queens and folded pre-flop correctly
My
to
goodness.
kings.
Oh, my goodness.
So a very nice run of premium hands for him and made all the right decisions. It was actually very fun to watch Stein navigate.
He's an excellent player.
Lateralus here with deuces lays it down.
Stein's sizing is so nice here to make Garrett and Lateralus have to give up their equity.
Definitely. Yeah, and he's basically indifferent, I think, mentally as opposed to a smaller sizing, right, where Lateralus comes along and has deuces or something. I think Stein's indifferent to doing that and getting the extra cash and to making it bigger and not getting the extra cash in a situation like that, right? Like, it's already a nice win for him to take down the $100 of dead money or whatever it is.
Agreed.
And not go to showdown and lose his nit button. And just a few factors there that make that sizing very nice. Ryan been rather quiet recently. Going to make the call with 4 deuce of diamonds.
All right, so I knew it wouldn't be long before we'd see Lateralus doing some raising. I was surprised I was commenting for this long and didn't get to comment on a Lateralus play yet. He makes it 80 with a hand that we haven't seen yet.
A little mystery hand here, so
Henry's in there with the 980.
we can talk through this one while Lateralus has a little mystery hand, perhaps.
Ben, Queen Jack call. Garrett with a mandatory squeeze spot.
Definitely. Pocket nines, and I'd love to see it go. I mean, Lateralus made it 80, and it goes call. I'd love to see like 450. Yeah, pretty close to that.
About
380. It's a good size as well. But yeah, with the nit game here, I think that those bigger sizes.
So we don't know Lateralus's cards, but I think reading his face, I think he's got a medium weak hand.
I'm going to say he had King Jack, something along those lines, perhaps. Seems like a reasonable squeeze hand for him. Or a raise hand, I should say. Henry out of the way. Ben now the only fighter left to defend against this squeeze, and I just don't think that Queen Jack is going to be quite strong enough for us to do that for our entire stack here. Effectively our entire stack. It's 380 and we have 378 behind the $70.
You could always cut $40 out and save it like we saw earlier.
This is true. This is true. Got Cat Plays in the chat saying that Stein did play that very well, and she's not biased. I don't know if I believe the not biased part, Cat. Ben lays it down.
Garrett gets it done, remembers to show.
I love pocket nines.
Yeah.
Pocket nines are definitely my favorite numerical.
It's such a nice pair. It feels like it's easier to play than a lot of hands. When you make a set, they often have a straight draw. There's a lot of good properties to nines. So we've got about half the table maybe still with nip buttons. I see 3, maybe 1 or 2 I can't see, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so we see Paul for sure. Shiva for sure.
Lateralus. Maybe it's just 3.
I think Ryan still has one in the 8 seat. Yep.
Oh, there you
So
go.
I think 4, because Stein's gotten rid of his. Henry's gotten rid of his now at this point. Henry on the button, making the call with Jack 9.
Essentially a limped pot so far.
And Shiva with 10-9 offsuit, but given the action, I don't mind a squeeze here.
Yeah, I know. I agree 100%.
But
Very nice.
especially holding a nit button in our hand. I'm going for a squeeze there. Something,
Me too.
Something like 275 probably.
And it flops well.
Not going to matter. He's going to make the most. Probably.
No one's got an ace. I mean, it's hindsight, of course, but if he squeezes, then there's more in the pot and he wins more. Whereas he's going to have Jack 8 with Paul is going to come along.
Paul's open ender are going to come along for sure. So he's going to need to dodge some 7s and some queens.
Henry, given the way he plays, might continue with bottom pair here. He's tenacious. But nope, gives it up. Realizes it's going to be too hard to hang on.
Yeah, no doubt. Lays it down. I think he's seen enough from his buddy Shiva today that Henry's probably aware Shiva isn't just putting a bet in here with nothing. Paul hitting a pair now.
Pair and open-ended.
So it does pick up some outs.
Jack 8, 7, queen. Gets none of them. Now you try... I mean, he's probably going to check and give up, but it's at least interesting to think about. What are your options when you check here?
Shiva going big here. 300 into 223 and overbet.
Might as well, given the way the hand played. Your
Yeah,
opponent
no
probably doesn't have anything, so you might as well try.
And when he does have something, we're probably just getting called and have the best hand.
It looks like he might get looked up.
He does get looked up. Nicely done by Shiva. Picks a big size that works. Against the right player, I would add. I don't think that size necessarily is going to work against some of the other players at the table with that type of holding, that Jack 8 type of holding. And now, later at night, We've got folks coming in to the chat, coming in to watch the stream. Welcome to all you new viewers. And hello again to all you old viewers. Those of you that have been with us at Red Star Social watching the stream. We've been going live weekly, typically on Wednesday nights for the last few months, and now we are adding into the rotation some streams on Sundays, and this is the first one that we are doing this new year. We did have one stream on a Sunday a few months ago, but that was just a pickup game that people wanted to run that were from out of town and said, can we do it? And we did it. So it was fun.
Meanwhile, we've got a hand developing with Stein raising to 40 with ace-king and a lot of hands that are able to call behind that.
Yeah, a lot of playability between these hands.
Further incentivized by the Nick game, maybe in some instances. 7-6 flops 2 pair. Billy flops top pair with queen 10.
Garrett open-ended and Henry with middle pair with the jack. I mean, there's going to be some chips that go into this pot, I imagine. Billy not going to slow play the queen, puts out a $20 bet. And Ben coming in with a nice check raise. Henry did indeed make the call with his middle pair and jack kicker. Garrett now going to evaluate his options facing Ben's check raise. Ben only $430 in his stack. Looks like his raise is something like it's 100 even. So about 330 behind.
I think you've got to size your raise in relation to the pot, not in relation to the bets you're facing here. I'd like to see a bigger raise from Ben.
Yeah, I agree. Given his stack, I wouldn't have even minded to just go all in, right? Like he would only be all in for 430 at that point, and it does eventually get all in with Garrett's 3-bet on that flop there. Garrett made it 275, and Ben just rips it. So these two are going to battle. Garrett looking for an 8 or a 3. Ben just looking to hang on with 6-7 here. About a 2-1 favorite in this hand right now. Garrett does have backdoor hearts working for him as well. Looks like they're running it twice.
$1,100 pot. That's a miss for Garrett. And gets there on the river.
That's a hit.
Picks up a pair.
So they'll chop that one up. So it is so anticlimactic whenever we have these big all-in hands. I mean, today alone, if you go back throughout the stream and watch and look at all the all-ins, and I think pretty much there was one all-in I think that was run once, but for the most part, all these big all-ins have been run twice, and it feels like a lot. It feels like at least 90% of them have chopped, I think. So there's probably been 10 or 12, and at least 9 or 10 of those have chopped. I think only 1 or 2 were scooped.
So who's left with a nip button? I'll hold on. First, cumulative winnings, Stein at 1,600. Henry minus 1,800. So who's still got nip buttons? I see Lateralus' nip button there.
Yeah, Lateralus in the 9, Ryan in the 8, and I think Paul in the 3, perhaps. Need to confirm that, but I don't recall if he won a hand yet. Yep, there we go. He does have his. So 3 remaining.
Did Lateralus just fold 8-5 suited with a nip button?
Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked to see that.
You want me to go in there and see if he's feeling okay?
No doubt. Meanwhile, Henry without a nip button, he's getting in there with queen 3 offsuit. So
Aces for the man in the glasses.
Garrett always looks very composed, very stoic.
Kind of a small raise out of position, 150.
And I don't mind a small raise out of position with aces here.
Yeah, but the Nick game kind of gives you license to go a little bigger. He gets called. Ben is aiming to make a set.
Can he find a do? No, he cannot. King, queen, 5. Garrett hoping Ben has any piece of that. And Garrett goes small, but it's just not going to matter one bit.
Well, it shouldn't matter. And it doesn't.
Ben pretty astute player from what I've seen, what I've watched from him. I think that
I agree. I didn't think Ben was going to continue there, but his body language, you could tell
it did say otherwise, I will say. I will give you credit there. It must be that psychology background.
I don't know if it's that or if it's just having played too much poker.
So with your psychology background, let me ask you a question. Is how much do you look at players' body language? How much do you garner your information that you use in hands from things like that?
I would say a small amount. I mean, first and foremost comes the fundamental strategies that you want to execute. And then after that, you know, the extra 5% maybe comes from trying to read people a little bit. I don't think I'm particularly good at it, honestly. And you'll know this, where it comes in the most is with less experienced players. They just give away more with their hands, their posture, the things they say, everything. Seasoned players tend not to give you much to work with. How does that align with your experience?
I think it's pretty similar. I definitely really more am playing, my own personal strategy, my ranges. I'm thinking about a lot more of that stuff personally than I am caring about someone's body language. Now, there is obvious specific spots where I can tell that 2 or 3 players are weak based on limping in or bet sizing or things like that, coupled with the other, physical type tells that we would be talking about in this instance. So that's when I would tend to use and think about those things more so, but definitely not super heavily reliant on them.
So yeah, it sounds like we're on the same page. Meanwhile, Shiva picks up a small pot with ace-king suited while we were talking about that. Paul just let go of the ace-jack pretty deep. I think he could have continued with that hand, but he actually, given the exact hands they had, made a nice decision to just cut his losses with it. He would have been in some jeopardy.
He would have been in some trouble. Paul has seen enough from the guys at the table to have the information needed to probably make a fold like that. Maybe a bit exploitative to make that fold against Shiva, but
Now, this is an interesting hand developing. Ace-king, ace-9 suited, king-queen offsuit. Queen-10 suited may be coming in. No.
elects to lay it down with his nip button still.
Oh, he was facing a 3-bet. Okay, that makes
For sure,
sense.
yeah, for sure. Facing the 3-bet from the button, have to play it out of position. It's not a great hand here. However, Henry going to put in a 4-bet to $500. That's going to take care of The other's in the hand. It'll be just down to Shiva. Garrett getting out of the way. I don't see Shiva continuing here.
Well, you say that, but Henry is you might want to just shove it in there against Henry. Is pretty wide a lot of the time. Not that time. Maybe his 4-bet range isn't that wide, but
right. Yeah, we've definitely seen his raising and 3-betting range all over the place, just across the map.
I mean, it's got to be if you're 78% VPIP. You got to be
no
in there
doubt,
a lot.
No doubt. But nicely done. Picks up a little bit of dead money from the other players and that 125 from Shiva. So $200 going his way.
We got our same 3 players with the nip button. Paul, Ryan, and Lateralus.
None of them really getting after it too hard. I don't know.
Who do you think's going to pay the tax?
I'm thinking Ryan.
I'll go with Paul. I think Lateralus is going to get out of this.
Yeah, I think Lateralus gets out, but I don't know. I've played with Paul for a few years across the city, and Paul likes to get after it and get pretty wild. So
I wasn't picking Paul for any particular reason, just making a call.
But we'll see. Even the most aggressive players at a table can lose a Nick game. It happens.
For sure. Garrett's going to play the Queen 9 suited. Comes in for 75.
Definitely a reasonable hand to be opening here.
Ryan, motivated by the Nick game, is going to call with 10-6 of diamonds.
Of course, right after I picked him to be the one paying. And now
Lateralus, big slick.
Now we see Lateralus finally picking up a hand. I'll tell you what, Lateralus, a very fun player to play with, a very good guy.
Agreed.
But I think he owns more pallets of high brew coffee.
Oh, if he doesn't own stock in that company, he's a fool.
More pallets of that than he owns combs.
I don't understand how he sleeps any night at all. As I understand it,
He's crazy.
Yeah. He's just, I don't understand. I've asked him about it, and he's like, oh, he just doesn't say anything. He's like, I just used to it.
Every time I see him, he drinks at least 2 of those things.
Late into the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be hopeless for sleep with that stuff.
So he takes that down, gets rid of his nip button. We are both correct in our prediction that he would not.
And, you know,
he would be the next one out, I should say.
Regarding your opinion on combs, yeah, he doesn't own a comb.
No comb, probably not a brush. But it suits him well.
Oh, yeah, no, it's his style. I saw him a couple weeks ago, and he was clean shaven, and I did a double take. I mean, I was like, whoa. He looked good. Don't misunderstand me. It's just I'd never seen it before. It was shocking.
That's funny. Yeah, I've had long hair and a beard for the better part of 9 years. And
yeah, if you were clean shaven, I don't think I'd recognize you.
I always joke, I'm like, man, one day I'm just going to like shave, clean shaven, and get like super short haircut, and just nobody will recognize me at the poker table. It's going to be great.
All right, we got some junky hands limping into the pot, and Henry puts the squeeze on with 8-6 offsuit.
Actually, no, Ryan raised it from the button.
Oh, you're right. My mistake.
And then Henry making the call here.
Folks, this is a good time to tell you that doing the commentary for the first time, we got to give Mixon a lot of credit for this job. This is not easy.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people... It's a pretty nothing flop, by the way, here for both players. Ryan, though, with king high, putting out a bet and taking it down. So Paul is the loser of the Nick game. You chose correctly. But no, I will say it is a much tougher job than people think. It's easy to sit on your couch at home and say, "Oh, you said this thing wrong about this hand and this spot and blah blah blah." But
Similar to that, you know what else is easy to do? It's easy to stay at home and be in chat and trash how people play. So if you're in chat critiquing play, get your ass on this stream and show us what you've got.
exactly, put your money where your mouth is. Bring your chips. Come to Red Star Social. I'll put you on the stream. I will. And we'll make sure we'll see you play.
When you play, how do you feel about having haters in chat? Do you like it or dislike it?
I like it.
Me too.
I like it. I've had a good bit of it. Here mostly
The vibe here is good. Yeah,
it's always been, good.
Yeah, the chat here is supportive and fun, yeah.
So far, because it is, we are smaller and don't deal with as many haters.
But the goal is to get so big that we have the anonymous trolls in mom's
Absolutely.
basement
Absolutely. But yeah,
saying
no,
how they would play.
I have some of those occasionally from past streams at various places, and I don't know. It doesn't bother me.
I love it.
It's
Haters are one of the ways you know you've made it.
You've made it, exactly. Ben getting after it here for the free
Oh,
dead
nice.
money in this splash pot with 9 deuce of clubs.
He's got the right stack size to do it.
Yeah, I think so.
Well spotted.
It's almost unimportant what our holding is. Lateralus making the call, king 10 of spades, and Stein really thinking about it too.
So Ben's hand is trash, but as long as his opponent doesn't duplicate one of his cards, he's going to have 35, 40%.
Henry just laid down ace 10. He has the best hand here, but goes into the muck. Paul, queen 10 of diamonds. Last to act here.
Oh.
And does decide to make the call, so I like that. He is behind.
Even three ways, Ben's got 28%. He's
Yeah.
ahead of Paul.
Yeah, so like I said, our exact holding almost irrelevant.
10 for Paul and for Lateralus. Paul is probably going to lose a chunk here.
Henry had ace 10 that he folded. He would have outflopped both of them in a spot where he would make a good chunk. As we see Paul not
just
going
check jams
to
it.
slow play this. Lateralus licking his chops, getting it in faster than you can spell getting it in.
He'll be able to afford a comb now.
Definitely. And a big pot brewing here. 2,600 in the middle. Ben just looking to win this main pot by the grace of the poker gods. Needs to go runner.
I think a comb is probably about 50 cents nowadays. So this is 5,212 combs. Bang.
Club for Ben, too, as well as the king. Does not come the other club on the river. So Lateralus taking the first board, and here we go to a second. 3 of diamonds, no help. Paul needs a queen. Does not come. Henry pretty upset to sit by and watch his ace 10 that would have won a $2,600 pot.
Yeah, Lateralus turned the king on the first board, so.
But the river was an ace, so Henry.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, Henry would have got there.
Oh, wow.
Nice hand for Lateralus. Lateralus, who's been pretty card dead today.
How much do you think those triple shot coffee cans are? They're probably about $5 a can, right? Maybe more.
I've had them a few times. I actually really do like those high brew coffees. They're very good. Yeah, probably like $3, $5, somewhere in there. I'm sure he buys them by the case, so
Oh, for sure, for sure.
I'm not sure when you factor that in. But if you just walk into the gas station and get one, probably $3.50, $4.
Lateralus with some $500 chips in amongst the pool of reds and greens.
Got a trash talker from his couch saying that calling 6-7-7-6 is wild. I personally like to go
I go high
top
card,
down.
high card first. I'm
Yeah.
with you.
I personally like to do that. Sometimes certain things do roll off better. I'm not sure exactly in my head, but like you don't say 10 jack, you say jack 10. Just makes sense to me. When have you ever heard somebody call it king ace? Probably never. Actually, in fact, I've literally never heard anybody ever say king ace.
Although I'll point out, you could make the argument the ace is the low card.
I suppose.
So stacks are getting deeper than when I got here.
I would call it 3-2 suited, yes.
No. 3-2. No, Trey Deuce suited.
Yeah.
There's no 3-2. What poker players like 3-2? It's Trey Deuce.
Ted Trevino in the chat saying high card first, above 8-9, but anything 8-9 or below, low card. I just disagree personally. I would say 9-8, 8-7.
While we're discussing protocol, we got 3 opponents who all whiff this board almost entirely. Garrett is going to take a stab at it, and that should have worked, but Billy is a caller with 5-4 offsuit on queen 7. No, raised? Raised. He clicks it, and it works. Takes it down. Nice little play. Creative play there and risks the minimum to win the maximum. That kind of thinking is valuable. Nice pickup. These folks at Red Star must really trust me because Mixon is taking a short break and has left me at the helm, so I'm going to do my best not to foul these hands up too badly. We've got Ryan limping in with Jack 3 suited. Henry enters the pot for a raise, looks like to 35. Paul, from out of position, puts in the 3-bet to what looks like 100. I think you can go bigger there, Paul, but good 3-bet regardless. Henry is not going to fold. He's either going to call or put another raise in. Looks like he called, and he's going to go looking for an 8. 4-4 deuce. Paul is going to c-bet very small, 50, and Henry's going to stick around with the best hand. Jack on the turn. Now, at first you'd think Paul can't like that card, but what jacks should Henry have here? That card actually shouldn't matter. He c-bets and gets raised. Now, you probably should not be c-betting here if you're going to fold to a raise. Your hand has some showdown value. The raise is pretty small. He calls. He's going to need an ace or a 10. Finds the 10. Once again, Good players get there. It's the best tactic. And Henry is not going to like that. He does not. I wouldn't like it either, man. If I had the eights there and got run down in that particular way, that's very frustrating. Nevertheless, nice hand, Paul. Nice little pot. Not that little. Several $100s. Well, I'll tell you, I'm missing not being in the game tonight. I love playing in this stream, and I've gotten to do it many times. I feel privileged that I've gotten to do it. Would have played tonight if my schedule had allowed, but I had another poker commitment that I hoped would last me late into the evening. Alas, it did not, but I went pretty far. I'm proud of how I played. I'm proud of the result I got. I was really hoping to go back to back in big tournaments at another major card room in the area, but it wasn't to be. 24th out of 770 runners is not too bad. But as Mixon and I were saying earlier, the only person who's ever happy in a poker tournament is the person who takes the trophy. All right, we got another group of kind of trash hands here limping in. And we see a raise from 10-7 offsuit, Paul. Ben calling with the medium strength King-9 of clubs. Garrett with the Ace-10 of clubs. I think he's going to put a raise in here. I play with Garrett a lot. I got a good idea how he plays, and he proves me right. Makes it 280. Garrett is out of position, so makes the 3-bet a little larger from the big blind, as you should. Now, Ace-10 here is an interesting spot for the 3-bet because if your opponent now, well, Ben doesn't have that much more, so Garrett is making him commit to playing for all of it, so Garrett's never going away. What I was beginning to say is if Ben was really deep and puts in another raise, now you're not too happy with your Ace-10. But that gets it done, and Garrett picks up $160. Ryan picks up the King Deuce suited under the gun, limps in. We've seen him do that a few times now. Seems to be a play that he makes. Stein folds the deuces. I mean, he is in early position. And Henry, next to act, has got queens, makes it 60. I don't know if I can pass up the deuces in Stein's spot there, but Stein might be right, and I might be wrong. In fact, he probably is right. You can just fold the deuces there. Paul calls behind Henry with the Jack-10 offsuit, and Ben puts it all in with the sevens. Garrett with aces in the small blind. Just calls. It's going to look super strong, but it is also a nice just call because it means Henry just puts it all in there, and Garrett is going to be miles ahead in a big pot.
Wow. I mean, this is just an incredible spot. Huge pot.
Ben looks dismayed. Ben, you just got to hit a 7.
I mean, yeah, Ben not really happy about getting it in against 2 overpairs. However, he is in a spot where he can triple up. Be a nice time to hit a 7. I think a 7's coming. I'm going to go out on record here and say I think a 7's going to hit.
I feel like 7 could be there. You know what Ben has for sure? Ben has a comb. I'm sure of it.
That man definitely has
He's got nice combs.
a lot. He's got, man, what is it called? It's like you ever seen the movie Blades of Glory by chance?
I haven't.
Will Ferrell has a line where he's got this brush that's made from a whale bone or something like that. I think it's called a verticoli. It's something like that. It's absolutely hysterical, and I bet Ben has one. They only make 12 a year.
All right, we're running this hand twice.
Here we go. It looked like it. Oh, it was a 3.
Safe for the aces so far.
Thought it was a 7 for a second. Got excited. There it is!
Red 7.
My
Wait,
goodness.
straight? Wheel?
Oh, no. The wheel gets there. No! Poor Ben.
I wasn't even sure at first. I had to
I
think it
wasn't
through.
either. I was just thinking about a 6, and then I was like, oh, no.
Garrett wiggles out of that one.
Can he hit a 7 again? That's a pretty good flop for
Pretty good.
the pocket 7s with the 7 of clubs. Oh, the 5 of clubs is on the bottom board, though. There's the 5! He did it! Oh, my goodness.
All right, so aces takes the first pot by making a wheel, and Ben takes the second board by making a straight with his 7s.
Yeah, Ben going to take half of the main pot. However,
Henry looks like he might be done.
Henry and Garrett had a pretty sizable side pot, and that's all going to go Garrett's way. Ben happy to get half that pot for sure. Unfortunate river. Henry shaking his head.
Good game, Henry.
Very good game. He played well and is enjoyable to watch play. He'll be invited back whenever he wants a seat. He's already inquired with me about wanting to run some bigger games, which we're looking into the possibility of. It's just kind of a different player pool, different set of players that play some of the larger games here in town.
That's one of the things I like about this stream is it's fills a niche. It's sizable enough to be interesting. I mean, we get 3 and 4 and approaching $5,000 pots on this stream, but you know, it's not $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 pots that a lot fewer players can, you know, play those games. So I really like. I think also, I think the fact that it's capped actually keeps the game really lively.
I do enjoy that aspect of it, and I think that's, you know, our bread and butter here is going to be that game, just with a 1K cap. However, in the future, maybe on some Sundays here and there, we're going to maybe mix it up, do a little bit of match the stack here and there when the players are right and it's a good spot to do it, you know.
Sounds good. Yeah, no, it makes sense to try some other things, but the formula that we're relying on up to this point, I think, is a really good one as the main.
I appreciate that. We like getting the players' feedback, especially. And you're somebody that's played probably more streams than anybody,
maybe,
or just as many at least.
Yeah,
Garrett and Lateralus both up there as well.
Ben gets to 3-bet the ace-king suited here, or the king-ace suited, depending on, you know, how you like to speak of such things, and gets called by the 4-tray suited in Paul's seat. Pretty nice flop for 4-tray of diamonds. It's got a flush draw, and you can't ask for a lot more than that when you're in there with 4-tray suited.
Absolutely not.
It's a terrible flop when you're holding ace-king of hearts.
Been going for all of it. And I think Paul's just going to call.
Yeah, you're not folding if you're
four high, but we're going to try. Looking for a diamond, a 4, or a 3. Ben looking to dodge any of those. Oh, immediately we see a diamond.
No
Good
waiting.
for Paul. No waiting whatsoever. Looks like they're running it twice.
I think he can scoop.
He's got it in him. 6-4 chop. Oh,
Does not scoop.
they're going to chop it up. Yeah, pretty nice spot for Paul there to get it in with the 4 tray. I mean, if we're going to play it and we flop a flush draw, we're getting in there. Looks like we've got a new player coming into the 2 seat now. I am unfamiliar with this mystery player here.
Looks like he's coming in for 500.
And we'll see Jake coming into the box. Cumulative winnings. Garrett up almost 3K tonight. Stein up over 1,500. Lateralus up over 850. Billy up 680. Mike, the new player, sitting with 500. Ben down just about 200. Henry left us down the most VPIPs. Mike hasn't played a hand or been dealt a hand, so that's incorrect. Ryan, not been here for very long. 50% VPIP. Doesn't seem accurate to me, but maybe it is. We don't see Henry's VPIP up there anymore.
Mike's VPIP is not accurate. That we know.
That's for sure.
Mike's-
Definitely. I think it just filled in Henry's VPIP.
You're probably right.
Is what it did. So 79% Henry leaves us with.
That makes sense. That could be right.
We're gonna record that right now as the record VPIP on the Red Star stream. Henry getting that award.
So I don't expect you have the exact number at hand, but what's the biggest pot we've played on the stream ever, do you think? 5.5?
I don't have it at hand exactly. I know that. Yeah, I think you were involved in a pot that was like about that much. 45 to 55, somewhere in that range.
I feel like 6 would be the new mark.
I think that there may have been, and I'm not sure that we should necessarily count it, but when Corey Eyring came with Abby, and they played a pretty big game where it was them and Crypto Max, and there might have been a bigger pot probably during that stream.
Well, I would count. That's still stream. I mean, the parameters were different, but the biggest
A
pot
little
is
bit
the
different
biggest pot.
parameters than the regular stream, you know, kind of thing. So I mean, yes, it definitely still counts, but if I had to guess, that maybe other than normal, like the normal stream probably, or normal like players, I should say, between somewhere around 4,000 to 6,000 for sure is probably the biggest, I would say, right around 5.
Meanwhile, Paul raises his up and down straight draw here versus Billy's 9s on a 10 high flop and just immediately gets rewarded for his aggression.
Binks the deuce, and it's very hidden.
And Billy leads
Yeah.
real small. I'm not sure what the idea is here, but
I don't know what $20 is accomplishing here.
Paul, just call Paul. Paul raises full pot, and he wouldn't do that if he knew what Billy had.
Yeah, Paul taking it down, though. Yeah, unfortunate raise. Honestly, I don't mind raising,
Yeah.
but to that size is just... If we think that... Obviously, if he knew he had Billy had 9s, right? But
Exactly.
if we think about his range and we put, some 7s, 8s, 9s in there, if we want to target hands like that, I'd love to see a raise like from the 20 to just like 80.
Yeah, I mean,
something
Billy
like
is
that.
leading with 9s there on the turn for just a little taster bet, and I mean, we can see the cards, but if I'm in Paul's seat and my opponent does that after having called a raise, I'm thinking he doesn't have a very good hand. I might try to keep him around a little longer. And looks like we have arrived at a bomb pot.
$10 bomb pot, 9 ways, everybody getting 4 cards in this PLO hand, and we see them populate right now. Shiva with some 10s in his hand. Ryan ace queen. Everybody with cards though, and we're waiting to see a flop. Here we go. The bottom board going to be ace, jack 3, 2 hearts. The ace of spades out there. Ben with ace jack in his hand. Top board coming 10, 8, 2. All hearts. Lateralus with king 9 of hearts. Ryan with the ace of hearts in his hand. Lateralus just checking. Hoping somebody out there will put in a bet. Get some more chips in there. Ben is going to oblige with top 2 pair here. The ace jack on the bottom board. Shiva making the call with his set of 10s, looking for a board pair. Lateralus just making the call. I would have liked to seen a raise here. Perhaps we can get a hand like ace jack to fold when we pot it. But interesting hand developing. 5 of clubs on the turn on the bottom. 3 of clubs going to the top board. Doesn't really change too much. Ben, however, picking up another pair on that bottom board, as well as a wheel draw. But we see Lateralus holding 2 4s and Shiva holding a 4 as well. Ben, however, going to pot it now. And that gets Shiva out of there. Lateralus, though, don't think he's going to go anywhere. And I suspect him to just put it all in now for Ben's remaining 244. And they'll likely chop this pot, is what the graphic is telling us right now.
I hear what you're saying, but it's hard when you have the king high flush and your opponent is wanting to put the money in.
It definitely is, and we see the ace on the bottom board, so can he have ace high hearts here? Definitely not as easy as it sounds. You are right about that. I think the fact that we have the 4 of hearts in our hand, we have 3 hearts, makes us more inclined to want to call, though. Just slightly. And it's been with only 244 back from the 360. Makes a big difference as well, right? If
right.
Ben had another 1,200 back, it's a much different decision than the one we get to make right now.
It still sucks though because Ben is getting the leverage. He's betting 360, but he's effectively betting 600.
Correct.
And so Lateralus that makes it hard for him. He's like, do I want to commit $600 more when I could just be dead?
Sure. I think I'd be surprised to see him fold, though. Even though he's thinking about it here.
I mean, he's giving every indication that he is unhappy and weak.
He's leaning toward fold right now in his head, I think.
He's going to fold. He hates it, but I think we're going to see a fold.
Yeah, fold is coming. There it is. You are correct. Well, Ben taking down a nice bomb pot here now. Just like that, Ben sitting on $1,000. Only in for 400 or 500 if I remember correctly. No, he might have rebought.
Yeah, he did.
So he's probably even right now, basically.
I understand Lateralis' fold there. It looks so much like your opponent has the nuts and a draw to the nuts on the other board. Well played by Ben to get a hand with a lot of equity to give it up. All right, we've got our new player, Mike, first to act. He passes on the 7-4 offsuit under the gun, as one should.
Henry would never.
Paul comes in for the raise with the ace-9 of spades. And Billy with big slick. Got to bump it up here, Billy. And does. 70. Pretty small.
Yeah, he's been doing this pretty much all night. Anytime he's raising pre-flop, it's been just a min raise almost, essentially, every time.
Now, if I'm Paul and it gets back to me here, I'm really tempted to put in another raise, but that's the way I play, for better or for worse.
I mean, I like it. I think it's great to raise that size, particularly right now.
Paul just calls.
Depends on the player as well, but
Certainly.
interesting flop.
It is. Billy, once again, is leading $20 in a $150 pot here. It's not going to do much for you. You're not going to get folds. You're not adding value in the pot. Turn is a 9, and Paul has the best of it.
$20 again is the amount that Billy's going to request. Paul going to quickly make that call as well. And Paul, given the action so far, could probably just check and see.
Now, Billy, wow.
This is interesting. So Paul leads 100, and Billy basically snap calls with ace-king here. I did not foresee that happening at all. I was going to say, in fact, if Paul just decides to check here, given how the hand played out and Billy's raise sizes, he gets to effectively take his 9 to showdown for a very cheap price. But he elects to lead 100 and gets the maximum, basically, I think.
I think so. An unconventional hand in many respects. So I think our new player Mike is excited and happy to be here. He's got the legs jumping up and down. You can see the chairs. He's got a motor running. He's excited to be on the stream, as he should be.
Perhaps a little bit of nerves.
No doubt, no doubt. In a good way, in a good way. I mean, poker is exciting, man. That's why we play it. It is fun. Every hand a new opportunity for something to happen. And I think we're doing a mandatory straddle, so Mike has just been reminded, like, hey, you're in for the 10, and
There
he's
we
in
go.
there.
Yeah, I mean, I've played thousands and thousands of poker hands, probably approaching into the millions.
Yeah, as I say, it's more than thousands, Mixon.
At this point. And yeah, I'm still excited to sit down at the table and play
Me too.
poker hands. It's always fun, and even seeing that many hands, it's rare. You see scenarios that are similar, but almost no two hands are the same.
We had Billy limp in with the ace queen and then got raised by Ryan with the queen jack. And Well, maybe I'm calling this wrong. I could have sworn I saw Billy just come in for. Yeah, I'm a little confused. Maybe. Well, I'm not going to try to figure it out. We've got Ace Queen versus Queen Jack versus Jack 8 on King 7-3.
It's all good, man. That's part of the process back here in the commentating booth, getting through each and every hand, watching it unfold, trying to call to the best of our abilities what we can see at the table.
I'm not certain, but I think Billy came in for a limp and then back raised 3-bet.
Okay. I think you're right.
Ryan is
He
keeping
limped
control
Ryan.
of the
He
hand.
limped Ryan raised, Billy Min raised. I imagine.
Well played by Ryan to win this pot with pretty much nothing.
Queen high gets rid of his nit button. Another nit game going around. So I believe the last one was 180 that went to the middle. So this would be 200 going to the middle, I think. 220 perhaps the total amount with $20 going to the dealer.
VPIPs, Ryan leading the table at 48%. Stein chilling at 21%. Everyone else respectively between 25 and 41. Now, I wonder if our new guy, Mike, has any experience with the Nick game. Usually, most players don't have experience with the Nick game if they're newish to playing on the stream. I don't know Mike, so I could be wrong, but maybe he has not played the Nick game before.
Yeah, I don't believe Mike has ever been on the stream, and I don't know about his personal poker experience. So, interesting thought for sure.
All right. Lateralus is now
In full form.
in full form, finding the 3-bet on the button with a suited queen. I was worried about him. I was wondering if he's feeling okay. This is more what I expect.
And I really actually think this is nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really like a hand that we want to play post-flop much, but when we see the action in front of us at this table, hands like this in position, we get the opportunity to attack, especially with the nit game on, get rid of our nit button.
I agree.
And it works. Works to a T, just like he drew it up. So nicely done. Great recognition from him. And I think that he is now announced to the table, guys, you guys are boring me. I need some action.
The caffeine's wearing off. He needs.
Yeah, I see
Little
him drinking a
excitement.
Topo Chico over there now. That's a little worrisome.
Yeah, that is a surprise.
So we've got a handful of people in the chat still watching us. We've been going for quite a while. This beautiful Sunday here in Austin, Texas started hours and hours ago. We are 107 hands in.
Mike coming in for a raise, but a very small. I think it's a raise. I don't think it's a call. No, okay. Double straddle zone. It's a call.
It is a call, just a double straddle on from Garrett here. We'll see the graphic catch up with some hands shortly. It looks like Ben is coming in with a squeeze, though. Ryan in folding formation. Not sure what he limp folded there. Ben makes it 175, so pretty sizable squeeze.
Sizable and suspicious. It looks like a Nick game raise.
I think
Let's
he's
see
going to
what
have
he's
a
got.
pretty valid holding. King, queen of clubs there.
It does.
Graphic incorrectly saying Garrett won that pot. No, it went to Ben. Ben takes it down.
You know, we were a little worried about Lateralus. I'm also a little worried about Garrett. Garrett's got his hands down by his side, very, very chill, little quiet. Not as animated as he sometimes is. I'm not actually worried about him, just being silly. Ryan coming in for the raise to 50 with pocket eights. Our new man Mike with the ace-9 of clubs calling on the button. Paul calling from the small blind with 8-5 of hearts. If I saw, no, excuse me. No, Paul is calling with 7 deuce from the small blind. All right, adventure.
Here we go.
Creative.
Second time we've seen 7 deuce tonight.
Oh, that's right. The 7 deuce game is on. Okay.
Yeah, so he will stand to make an extra $10 from every player at the table. So $80 added value to Paul, flopping a deuce.
It's a deuce. I wonder when he's going to elect to start repping something. I wonder if he'll do it here on the flop with a check raise. Ryan betting his eights, which is over pair and stands to likely be the best hand. It is the best hand.
Yeah, I would think that Paul is likely not folding, but likely thinking about a raise here.
Given Ryan's stack size, he's going to be committed if he raises, and he does raise a lot.
350.
Yeah, he's going to get jammed on, and he's actually going to have to call. I don't know if he will, but he should.
I don't think there's any way that Paul's folding for another 420 or so. There's the call. Paul looking for some help, needs a deuce or a 7 immediately, but can hit running 3-6 to make a straight. Running ace-3 to chop.
Ben likes it. Ben likes the 7 deuce reveal.
Absolutely. Who doesn't? $1,700 pot right now. Paul needs help. Can he do it? He does! Deuce on the river.
Emergency deuce.
Can he do it again? Does not happen a second time.
Yeah, he's got to be happy to even get one of those.
Absolutely.
He was drawing pretty thin.
Absolutely. Drawn very thin. He wins the first board. That is going to account for the deuce, the 7 deuce bonus, I should say.
Hats off, Paul.
So Paul getting an extra $80 here. Doesn't mind losing the other board and loves getting to show the table. He's playing 7 deuce. It's one of the more fun aspects of that game is being able to actually show the table that you are playing it when you win.
For sure. All right, so Nick game, we've got Stein, we've got, I think, Mike, we've got Shiva.
Definitely those 3. Paul out now, obviously. Garrett, I believe, still has a yellow button in front of him.
Does he?
Ben has gotten rid of his with the king-queen hand, I recall. Billy with his still, so 5.
Still a few out there.
Lateralus with the pocket 10s.
Who do you think's going to pay the nit tax?
Ooh, good question.
I'll let you pick first.
I'll take Stein to pay the nit tax this time.
I will take Mike, our new man.
Okay. I almost picked him just because I don't have any info, but Stein seems like he's been very patient and just waiting around. He doesn't seem like he's too bothered to get after it to pay the net tax. So if he does lose it, he's not going to be too bothered by it.
Ben with a light 4-bet with ace-jack. Wait a minute, I said 4-bet. 3-bet, and did Lateralus put in a 4-bet?
I think it was just a call.
Oof.
But comes ace-8-2, where Ben goes about half pot, $90. Lateralus going to make the call. 10 of hearts in his hand, not working for him. Ben holding the jack of hearts. But Lateralus
Doesn't matter if your 10's coming on the turn.
sneakily hitting his 2-outer on the turn. Just,
Now what do you do when your opponent bets? Do you just call?
I think we just call again here. Ben with a stack size that it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah.
Realistically, I don't think.
I mean, he's committed himself with that bet.
I think so. The bad thing would be is if we call and a
Heart.
Queen of Hearts rolls off on the river, right? That's not very ideal. I guess a King of Hearts may be worse because we can foresee Lateralus playing like a Queen Jack, right? Where he has a double gutter. Nines and kings would be what he's looking for. So perhaps King of Hearts would be worse. However, Lateralus not going to make the call. He's going to rip it and get it in.
Gets called.
Ben drawing dead. So Lateralus taking down a $1,900 pot. And Lateralus seems to have found his stride late on this Sunday at Red Star Social, playing some 1-3, no limit hold'em, a $1,000 cap buy-in, minimum $200. Most of these guys not in for $200, I'll tell you that much. Lateralus, however, sitting on a mountain of chips now.
Yeah, he's got almost 3,700 in his stack. So effectively, playing a 370 big blind stack gives you all kinds of options for interesting plays as a hand unfolds across the streets.
And Lateralus, one of the guys that we expect to see making those kinds of interesting plays for sure. He's very creative when it comes to the lines that he takes, the bets that he makes, the spots that he takes. Ryan making the call with 6-3 suited here. Stein, however, ace-jack, perhaps has found the time where he will try and relinquish his nip button. Been in for another few $100. Looks like both have come along.
Ace-jack top 2 for Stein.
Nothing really for Garrett or Ryan or...
I was saying Garrett, but it was Ben who was in the hand.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what Ben was holding, but looks like nothing for him really to work with. So Stein gets rid of his nip button. There goes my pick. Professor, so how did you get started in poker? Tell me a little bit about when you started playing and what you started playing.
My first introduction to poker took place in the mid-90s. I graduated high school in 88, and I didn't go to college right away. I was hanging around home, working various jobs. I have a brother who's 5 years younger than me, and his friends and he played poker, and I got involved playing with them. They became my friends, and let me tell you, I was terrible. Terrible. But it didn't stop me playing a bunch with them, and we pretty much played poker every night. We started gambling on everything. Played a lot of backgammon. If we went to go miniature golf, there'd be many expensive bets on it. You know, we were gamblers. And the predominant game back then, if you went to the casino, which we didn't do often because it was pretty far away, but the predominant game back then was 7 studs. So I'm dating myself. And then I went to college and graduate school, and the poker boom was on while I was doing my PhD. So I played online a little bit, but I didn't take it too seriously. So that's where I came to it.
Cool.
When did you start playing poker?
So let's see, I'm only 30, so it's relatively new for me. At least how seriously I've taken it. It was just at the start. We see Ryan actually finally picking up some queens here.
Looks like Billy raised first with 6 deuce, allowing Ryan to make a 3-bet with those queens.
But looks like queens will likely take this one down. They are going to now. So I started seriously playing about 2019 or so.
But how did it enter your life?
Right. So during the poker boom in the 2000s, when I was in middle school, had a group of friends that probably once a month, maybe once every other week or so, were, mind you, 12, 13, watching poker on ESPN back then, and wanted to learn to play poker. We would do little $20 single table sit and goes back then, and we were smart kids. We were, the smartest kids in our school. That was this little group, and all of us are very successful. I'm the only degenerate of that group that still plays poker, but
kind of similar to my story too.
But yeah, started out with that, just doing that, like once a month, and we'd have some pizza at somebody's house and just play a little single table, sit and go, whatever. None of us knew what we were doing, but I remember around that time I got like the Harrington on Hold'em books,
Of course, classic.
and let's see, Caro's book of poker tells and things like that I was reading. So I was improving like vastly compared
Just to interrupt you briefly, Ben limps in with the 4s and gets to back jam over a raise and 2 calls and has the best hand.
And it looks just really beautiful here, and it's going to work, I think. Don't foresee Shiva or Billy coming along with Queen 6 now. Nicely done by Ben.
Nice hand, Ben.
Very good pickup with pocket 4s.
So back to the trip down memory lane, Harrington on Hold'em.
Yeah, so I read a few of those books, and I was just improving, and then all throughout high school we kind of did the same thing here and there. Maybe not as much, but at least a few times every year. Fast forward, turn 18, we lived about 45 or 50 minutes from WinStar. So like my 18th birthday, I was pumped to go to the casino, go play some poker at the casino. Finally, I was looking forward to it.
How long was the drive?
It's like 45 or 50 minutes
Okay.
from my parents' house where we lived. And get up there, I sit at a table. I'm in for all the money I had brought, like $200-300. I did play for like an hour or so before getting stacked, and that was that. So didn't play much live poker. Go to college.
Where was college?
I went to Texas State in San Marcos.
Okay.
We see Ben here with aces.
Aces again.
Big hand developing. Paul with 2s. Garrett with 8s. Going to be putting in a 4-bet here. Put the story on hold for a second while we watch this hand. And
Jacks.
Shiva waking up with jacks also. We're going to see a 4-bet from the jacks.
Probably, but I don't know, man. It's a little scary to 4-bet here at that stack depth.
I mean, I don't mind a call with jacks either.
Yeah. I think a call is a nice play to make here. Or just
He's
put
going
it all
to
in.
rip it. Instead, how about just put 15-50 in the middle?
And that brings us back to what we've been saying all night. Now you have to execute the second part of the plan.
Oh, goodness gracious.
You got to get there now.
And Shiva was the one that held aces against the jacks and 10s, who got unlucky when a jack and a 10 came on the 2 runouts. However, perhaps this time holding the jacks against aces, he can make that same magic happen. Paul going to get out of the way with twos. Ben, good news for Shiva is that Ben just sitting on a little over 650 right now and not 1,500.
Yeah. Ben's got to think about if there any way he can get Garrett to come along. That's why he's waiting.
He's just going to wait about 10 seconds and do it. Garrett now kind of in a rough spot, really. I mean, the rip from Shiva seems so strange, and it seems like he can have all the... It seems like his range is weighted a lot more with that sizing toward ace-king and ace-queen, probably. So Garrett wants to suss out... Ben's probably strong, but is he flipping with Shiva for the extra almost $900?
I agree with everything you're saying. I think Garrett's going to find the fold. I think he's going to think this through. He's going to realize his hand isn't quite strong enough. Even if your opponents have the overcards, obviously, if you saw they had overcards, you're in there, but, if they've got a pair, you're toast.
Yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. However, we see things like that during the Nick game happen that we're not always expecting. They're going to run it 2 times, it looks like. Aces versus jacks. Shiva.
All right, let's see an 8 just for laughs.
Right.
Aces improves to full house. Doesn't need to, but...
The 2 jacks are still out there somewhere. Let's see if we can get them in the second rendition. Picking up some outs as well. There it is!
Heart's not a factor.
Can it hold? It does. So they're going to chop that one up. Well-deserved for Shiva, who took that beating.
Ace is not looking like a great hand on the night stream.
No, not so much. That one would have been nice if they ran it once, though, which we discussed as well. However, Shiva and, I don't know, a while ago, hand 84, I think it was, took that bad, brutal beating when he had aces. And unfortunate for Shiva that he wins the second board, not the first, does not get to relinquish his knit button.
So you would make the road trip to WinStar. You'd have your 1 or 2 buy-ins.
And I mean, I was terrible. I didn't know what I was doing. But fast forward, went to Texas State, played hockey there, and didn't play poker really at all for a while, a few years. Then one night, a buddy of mine was like, "Hey, let's play poker." Wants to get a game. We play, myself, him, and his brother, we play three-handed, just random poker for, a couple $100, $100, whatever it was. It wasn't like a huge game, but...
Well, you're a college student. That money matters.
And I end up winning, right? And then 2017, I was working at a barbecue place and was a pit master there, about getting ready to graduate school with a finance degree, looking for jobs. Shiva flopping the nuts, speaking of. Here we go. Nobody with anything really, though, to get money into this pot, unfortunately for him.
Garrett had the betting lead. He 3-bet, I think, the ace-7, and then got called by a couple of suited aces. And
it looks pretty rough now. All of everybody's holdings. So Shiva going to take this one down uncontested, I imagine. But I started playing a little bit online at that point when Global Poker kind of first started, and they were in the kind of gray area of sweeps coins and things. They're still around and still kicking, doing well. But I started winning on there. Just graduated, looking for jobs, but it was tough. It was tough to find a job in finance. So I was playing a lot of poker. I ended up doing pretty well. They had a very good like nightly tournament, and then the very first series they ran, I played like the main event that they had, which was it was like a $200 buy-in, $215 probably. So not huge. Guaranteed like 100, 200K, something like that. And they smashed it, and I got fourth on day 2 for like 12K or something. Nice. I was like, man, I'm good at poker. Like I should do this. I should do this. So
the die was cast.
Yeah, I started devoting a little bit more time to figuring out what was up.
Lateralus has got the 7 deuce on. He's already a 3-bet out there from Shiva, so it's a little tricky to play the 7 deuce. He's got nice stack depth versus both of these opponents, though. So the fact that, I thought he was going to try for it. I was just about to say, I'll bet he tries to find a creative play.
I do respect him laying that one down there.
Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous.
Surprised to see Stein lay down 8s, though. He knows that Paul has got the option here. It is 3-bet already. 8's out of position, not doing all that well. Garrett with a nice suited connector, though. Does have to play out of position, but
he's finishing the action, right? Completing
correct.
The action.
He completes the action,
definitely
so
in there.
it should be
Definitely in there.
Easy call. And he does make that call. 3 ways with 300 in the middle.
Deep stacks, yeah. Oh, pretty nice flop for the 9-8 suited.
Very, very nice flop for the 9-8 suited. Not terrible flop for ace-4 suited. Backdoor is working.
Wonder if Garrett's thinking of a check raise here. But it checks
Definitely
around.
was, I imagine, but...
All right, Garrett's got to bet when he has the opportunity now. It's been checked around.
Paul's going to take that ability away from him. Only betting 75, though.
This is a nice spot to raise in if you're Garrett. It's scary, but Garrett's not. I'm not saying Garrett's scared. It's a scary spot, but the raise is the play here, and he finds it. I'm not surprised to see him find this, given the way he plays, and I've played with him quite a bit.
Yeah, very nice spot that he found there, and it's going to get it done. Takes down $700 pot, adding $279 to his stack.
Nice hand, well played.
But yeah, so after that, I worked a finance job for a little while that I found, and that was early 2018 through 2019, and then quit that at the start of 2020, and I've played poker ever since. Lots of highs, lots of lows.
When poker's your main thing for your income, that just adds a whole other level of stress to the game.
It's very rough for sure. I've been very lucky to be in the spot that I'm in, no doubt.
Garrett, with the betting lead with the Queen 10 of Hearts, gets called by 4 different hands. None of them particularly strong. Ryan with the Ace 10 leading the pack and flops best. Middle pair on Jack 10, 6-2 clubs. Paul with a club draw. Garrett holds on to the betting lead with a small C bet. Called by Ryan. Now Paul's got to decide whether he wants to just call or check raise. Elects for just call. Fine play.
Yeah, I don't mind just calling there. If we had something including an overcard like a king or a queen
Yep.
of clubs, that would be time to find a check raise. With the 9-5 of clubs, though, I think just calling is absolutely fine. Ryan with the best hand with the ace-10.
Paul gets a free bite. Does not get there.
And unfortunate for Ryan now to see that, because Garrett chopping with the same hand.
Garrett elects to just call there. Makes sense. Could have thought about a raise there. Although you're probably, what are you getting value from? I mean, yeah, your opponent's probably not betting 9s or 8s. So on the rare chance your opponent has a jack, you save yourself there. Stein slipping down to 20% VPIP. Ryan topping the table at 48. Oh, we've got a PFR statistic here. Shiva at 26%, leading the way. Cumulative winnings, $2,900 in the green for Garrett. Shiva at the bottom with 1267 in the red. That is recoverable given the amount of play left in this game. Given the stack depths and so on, Shiva could get himself above water in this game. It's not too late. Billy comes in for $20. That seems to be this man's size. The $20 bet gets raised by Lateralus. We don't know his hand yet. Kings, a fine hand. Stein passes on the 8-5 suited. Our new man Mike passes on ace-3-0. Paul passes on whatever his hand was. Ben also going to be out of there. Garrett out of there. Billy continues for a price of $60. $134 in the middle to a flop of King, Queen, 9, top set for Lateralus. Overkill in the extreme, given his opponent's hand. And Billy leads. Billy has got some unconventional lines here. Makes it 25 rather than 20 this time. Maybe trying to indicate an abundance of strength by clicking it up a chip. It's not going to win the hand. Lateralus would call if he knew what his opponent had, but of course he doesn't. Raises it to 100, and that's going to end proceedings. I can certainly understand the motivation to raise there. You're hoping your opponent has a little piece. There's some cards that can come that can fill in straights. So raise makes perfect sense. It's just unfortunate for Lateralus that he couldn't know that his opponent was purely bluffing. Looks like Garrett was on a snack mission and is back. Billy limps the 8-6 of hearts. Mike is a caller with the ace-6 off. Paul finds a raise on the button with ace-jack of diamonds. Shiva with 9s. He can call or raise here. Folding is not an option. But at this stack depth, call is nice. A raise is interesting. Very doable. I think he just called here. Billy limped in to call with the 8-6 of hearts. A hand that's got all kinds of interesting potential. And Mike comes along to complete the action with the ace-6 offsuit. So we've got just a smidge over 200 in the middle coming to a flop. Every player holding a red pair of cards. And 8-6 flops best. Bottom 2 pair. A nice hand. Always a little vulnerable when you have bottom 2. But well in the lead. Let's see how the players negotiate this. Billy leads for 200, full pot. He's a little scared of seeing another card. Understandable. You do miss out on some value. And gets that value from Shiva with the 9s. Turn 5 doesn't change anything. And Billy continues to go for pretty thick value here with 2 pair. Your 8-6 is not looking as comfortable as it was. I know I said the 5 is inconsequential, but when you're holding the 8-6 here and you're seeing many possible straights out there, it's a little daunting. Shiva in a tough spot and finds a fold. And Billy will get rid of his nip button with the 8-6.
Yeah, nicely played by Billy, to be honest, in that spot. Shiva making the correct fold as well, and Billy gets rid of that nip button. I believe that means that Mike is paying the nit tax here.
Oh, I'm 2 for 2.
Excuse me.
So approximately $200 will be in the splash pot. I don't know if it's 180 or 200, but around $200 is going to be in the middle for the splash pot here. And the dealer gets a $20 tip for doing a fine job here at Red Star Social in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, so here we go. A lot of extra incentive to fight for this pot.
Double straddle is on. King Jack. I thought I saw an ace go down.
I believe it was ace-7.
Lateralus is
Suited.
not giving up yet. He's counting chips. Assessing his options. Makes the call with the 8-5 suited. That caffeine must be kicking in.
Has to think that the 8-5 is going to be live to some degree here. So pretty large side pot going on, and an extra $200 in the pot, not counted on the graphic.
Kind of a nice flop for King Jack. Still holding nothing but up and down. It's got pair outs. Mike is sadly holding absolute dust. Lateralus is going to rep something here. It's not going to work.
I don't think Shiva will be folding here.
I will bet you're right.
In fact, he goes the opposite route and rips it.
Not surprising. A fine play. Lateralus just can't do anything. He's got to save face a little bit. You can't just let your opponents know that you were betting with dust. You got to act like you had a little piece and then fold, which he
Right.
does.
Absolutely. but gets the job done. Shiva taking down a pretty nice pot here with in no contention. Cool. So here we go. 6-4 versus King Jack. Can the 6-4 get there?
No.
No, it cannot.
No, it cannot. Nice hand, Shiva. So it's just a few moments ago, Shiva, I noted, was at the bottom of the table, and I said, while you're out of the room for a moment, he still can get on the right side of profit in this game. There's enough chips on the table. There's enough action in these players, and that is going to move him up $400 or $500, $600. So he was previously
very nice pickup.
he was down about 1,200, if I remember correctly. That should be more like minus 600 now. Proving my point. Garrett restless once again. He was on the move for snacks just 5-10 minutes earlier. This game is, for whatever reason, not as interesting to him as going out there and flirting with a cocktail waitress or something.
All these guys, though, want to be playing this game. The game has been
He wasn't gone long.
pretty splashy, pretty good all day, even though it's gone on for a while today, longer than our typical Wednesday live streams. But a great start to the new year for us here at Red Star Social on the first Sunday stream.
Mike reloading for a fresh 500.
Better luck to him on this one. This is the first Sunday stream of the year. Like I said, we are moving into going twice a week now, Sundays and Wednesdays. Wednesdays we go live at about 7 p.m. Central Time.
Mike limp calls the ace deuce after Shiva raises the sevens. Shiva flops the virtual nuts.
And Ryan with an open ender here with the 8-5. We could see some fireworks. Ryan's only hopes are to go runner, sixes to chop.
Shiva wisely elects to just call. Oh, and gets the perfect card to get paid.
Watch out. Ryan is in trouble here.
And you know, this might be the hand where Shiva gets unstuck. It was just minutes ago I said he can do it, and he wins a $600 splash pot. And now, if he can felt Ryan here, he's going to be in profit.
Oh, he needs to raise there, though.
Didn't he?
Just calls the $50, so not going to be able to build the pot.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt his action, that card. Ryan is not going to love the third club on board.
And Shiva checks and Ryan just checks behind.
Yeah, Shiva missed a lot of value there.
Absolutely. Would have loved to seen a raise on the turn for sure.
Having said that, still wins a nice chunk and is way closer to even than he was 4 hands ago.
No doubt. No doubt. Ryan happy to see he lost the minimum for sure. Here's our VPIP numbers. Ryan at the top, 47%. Not sure how much I believe in that. Garrett winning the most right now, up almost 3,000. Stein up 1,600.
Stein's up 1,600, but I think there's a 1/4 inch of dust on his chips.
There could be. He's been rather quiet.
Might need to go in there with the feather duster and the end dust and see what's under that.
We are winding it down, coming to the end of the night. A few hands left to be played.
So I came in late. What time did you guys start today?
We started pretty early. It was just after 3 o'clock, I believe.
So was this into the 7th hour here?
Yeah, we've been going for a minute.
You're lucky I got here. Your vocal cords would be shot.
They would be. I don't think I'd be able to talk the rest of this week, probably. $10 bomb pot, playing some pot limit Omaha, double board bomb pot. We'll see 2 boards, everybody getting 4 cards, and we'll see a flop with $90 in the middle already. In pot limit Omaha bomb pots, we are going to have to play 2 cards from our hand to make the best 5-card hand. You can't just play 1 card like you can in Hold'em.
I don't care for PLO, but I do like double board bomb pots, and I haven't figured out why that is the case. I can't figure it out.
I think it's a bias thing, right? You must be winning a lot of them. That's why you like them.
It could be that.
If you were losing
But
a lot of them, I don't think you'd like them as much.
I think it's something about the split pot nature of the game that works for me, whereas I've never been able to get comfortable in PLO. I've tried. I have friends who are really good at it. I can't get the hang of it. But this game I quite like.
Just waiting right now for the cards to be scanned in and the guys in the back to confirm everything to be good before we get some flops going out here. So we apologize for the wait, but bear with us here. You're going to see all these hands populate all at once and get 36 cards pop up on the screen along with the extra 6 that come out on the flop. So 42 cards that you have to make sense of immediately. Here we go. 7-7 deuce would be the bottom flop. Nobody holding a 7, doesn't look like. King 7 on the top.
Stein with a king.
Stein probably happy about that flop, especially seeing another 7.
Yeah. I mean, that's another factor with the double board is you have all that information with the extra
Absolutely.
cards out there, and you can figure things out like, oh, it's much less likely anyone has a 7 when you see another 7.
Absolutely, yeah. Stein with a hand that is a lock to put in a pot size bet here, I imagine. He just checks. I just would be putting in a pot size bet here and trying to take this pot down immediately. But it does work. He gets Jack 4-4-3 to put in a bet.
Oof.
And
Oof.
Stein laying it down
What?
with King 8-8.
That's impossible. Something's wrong.
Guess just no reason for... I don't know. That seems very strange. Just thinking he just has king high on the second board.
Yeah,
And doesn't want to fight for it. Like,
some version of misreading your hand or
Basically,
something.
I
That
think.
doesn't make any sense to me.
I felt that was a lock for...
So what was he saying? King, what was the next highest
He had
card? 8?
He had 8s in his hand. He had king 8-8. Just not wanting to put more chips in that pot for whatever reason.
Yeah, could be worried someone's got a king and any side card they have is better. Maybe he's just ready to be done because he's grabbing a rack. So maybe he was just
seems
checked
like
out.
that could be the case. Checked out a bit, tired, just wants to get out. Which I can understand.
Yeah, it could sound like we're being too hard on him, but that is a thing, man. So I mean, if they've been playing 7 hours, you can miss things.
I can understand
You can
it.
get to a point where you say to yourself, I have an okay hand, but I could be beat badly. I'm just going to rack it up.
Right.
So we've all done it.
Perhaps a case of that, it would seem, but good hand from our friend Stein. Good game, I should say.
Yeah, good game. Tough opponent, for sure.
Yeah, always fun to watch him play on stream. We watched him play some big hands earlier, and we talked about the specifics of those hands and watched the lines that he was taking. It was very enjoyable to watch.
Lateralus flops best on King 10-7. Ryan with bottom pair. Paul with gutter. Nine would be interesting. 9 for the action, please. Not a 9. That's going to cause Ryan and Paul to lose interest in this hand, I think.
Yeah, I suspect so. And
Lateralus also proceeding with caution, but I think he'll know he has the best hand now.
pretty good river for his hand, obviously, now at this point. I don't think that if Paul had a 10, I don't think he checks back the turn.
Might get called by the 7 from Ryan. I don't think so. He does.
He does get called, so gets a little bit of value out of that. Somehow, some way, makes it happen. Lateralus sitting on $3,400 in that mountain of chips over there. Not bad for Sunday in Austin, Texas. Lateralus in for a few buy-ins, I think, but he typically likes to buy in a little shorter, not start the game as deep. So probably in for something like 1,500 if I had to guess. Meaning he's up probably
Looks like
2,000 at this point.
Looks like we have a double straddle on this hand.
Double straddle in this hand, and I believe this is going to be the last hand of the night.
Last hand of the night. All right. Where's the triple straddle, boys? Come on.
No kidding. But I expect we'll see a little bit of action here. Ryan coming in with the ace king here. $50 to go. $70 to go. Excuse me. I missed a.
You meant king ace.
I did mean king ace also.
Paul, jack 4. A Robbie fan. He's in there.
King in the window, followed by a couple of 5s. Paul in miserable shape here. Ryan puts out a C-bet.
And you said it's the last hand, but the players don't seem to know it. It looks like
They don't seem to know it. I thought that this was the last hand. Maybe I'm mistaken. We will see.
maybe that's just wishful thinking after commentating for 7 hours.
Perhaps it is. We'll see, though. It seems like this camera shot's hanging around for a while. No, we have another one.
Billy's number is 20.
He loves that. For whatever reason. $20. $20.
Lateralus makes it 80 from the small blind with ace 10. Paul is going to cold call from the straddle. And Billy's out of there. Blank flop for both of them. Lateralus can think about c-betting small or checking. Checking's fine because you know you almost certainly have the best hand.
He does elect for the 1/3 pot size c-bet against Paul.
Gets jack 9 to call. Now, with that action, Lateralus is going to worry if he's in fact behind to say something like 5, 6, 7s, 8s, or 4. Maybe a diamond draw is out there.
Yeah, Paul can show up with any 2, really.
Yeah, Paul needs to bluff here.
I suspect to see Paul put out 225 here.
That would be a good. That was a little smaller,
175.
175. Still could be good. Should get a fold with Lateralus' exact hand, I think.
Yeah, not a great holding in this spot particularly. Sure, we're good a lot of the time, I bet, but just does not feel very comfortable. But
finds the call and is right.
Not going to deter him. We'll see a river.
He will not like seeing a diamond because he's probably putting Paul on a diamond draw.
Yeah, deuce of diamonds, pretty bad. Paul, though, shuts it down. Very shocked to see Paul shut it down. Lateralus grateful to not have to face a bet on that river. It would have been a miserable spot with his holding and likely would have worked for Paul. So
yeah, the problem for Paul there is he has to wonder if his opponent has the diamond draw and it just came in. But when your opponent checks, you've got a diamond in your hand. The only way you can win is to bet. You gotta go for it.
Yep. There we see the VPIP numbers. Stein left 19%. Everybody else in the mid-20s to 40s. The pre-flop raise numbers here. Shiva getting after it. Lateralus, everybody in that 16 to 20%. And the cumulative winnings, Garrett winning the most, up almost 3K. Stein up 1,600 when he left. Lateralus up over 1,500. And Billy up 260. Everybody else losing not all that much, but a little bit here and there. And I imagine that's going to do it for the stream tonight. Professor, thank you for